Streaming. And we'll see if I did everything right. Public, EOB Spooktacular.
I see it.
Woo!
Look at that. I'm watching an
Good.
ad.
Kilgore Void, hello! Craig Turpin, boo! Welcome to the spooky stream, where we will be painting up this spooky model. Kilgore Void has noticed the live stream face cam of Nick.
Yeah. I actually look like that in real life. That's actually how I wake up, looking like that.
Ooh! Alright. Well, none of you guys are going to have as much fun as I will on this stream, because I have some cider. And I actually have a crock pot sitting 3 feet away from me, keeping it warm. So, I do.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I was cutting up apples, cracking cinnamon, whole shebang.
How much alcohol?
None yet. Because,
But it'll be mixed in, don't you worry.
Oh yeah. I was thinking about it, but then I decided, like, I'm probably not going to finish all of it tonight. And I don't want to, like, put it all in a pitcher and label it like Eric's Don't Drink.
Yeah.
I also put in some. Pulp. It's got pulp, and I also put in some. What's the chocolate? But it's what's the candy that's just butter and sugar? Caramel. There's caramel in it too.
Butter and sugar.
ZNubiQ, hello, ZNubiQ. I looked up all of your suggestions for female miniature heads, and I'm going with Anvil Industries because they actually make a Space Marine, like a female Space Marine head. So I'm just working on putting together a shopping cart because the shipping is from a different country, so I kind of want to get my money's worth. Werther's Originals. A small herd of giraffes. Hi! Hello, small herd of giraffes. Speaking of a small herd of giraffes...
Hey!
I went to our friendly local Games Workshop store today, and I got something. And you guys will be...
Oh my gosh, is this a spooky surprise?
Seconds. Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
I got the new Chaplain and Terminator armor. And at first, I was really annoyed because I thought it was bad compared to the old one. But actually, because they're very similar. They're very similar models. And both of these are official Games Workshop. For sure, definitely. They're both definitely official GW. But, yeah, I was a little annoyed because I thought the new model was lacking some of the interesting details of the old one, like the crazy chest rig of bones and skulls and stuff, and the really weird, like, swoopy, smooth top, where it just has kind of a standard issue Terminator head. But the more I look at it, the more I kind of love them both. It almost looks like Games Workshop gave two different artists like the same reference material and said make a Terminator. And I love kind of the attitude this one has. This one feels like a Games Workshop model, whereas this one feels like a mini sculpture. Like,
interesting.
Like, it just feels much more artistic.
And
then this guy, he's coming to mess people up.
Yeah.
I also don't like that it came with a base, but and it's not this foot is attached to the base, so I'm gonna have to be doing a little bit of surgery
Are you gonna cut them off the base?
I think so, just because the base isn't. I do like a desert theme for my black temp. But yeah, I like them both. I like them both a lot, and they're very similar. Like the shoulder pads are the shoulder pads are nearly identical. The bodies are nearly identical. Weirdly, the front little area is so identical but different. It's almost like one of them is a knockoff of the other. But I don't know which one's the original and which one's the knockoff.
Mm-hmm.
Joey Flores also got this model. Very nice.
Nice.
The Marksman Destroyer. Is that the new Necron unit? Is that what they're calling the new Destroyer? Or the new Heavy Destroyer?
I think it's Super Destroyer.
Is that the Warhammer World Day Terminator? Yes, I believe so. They're selling them today in Warhammer stores. And I picked one up. I'm pretty pleased. I think I might paint up these guys together. I mean, they're identical, almost. I also love, it's hard to tell, this one, the Aquila symbol on his head is sunken, and on this one it's proud. And I love that tiny detail. This one's an innie and this one's an outie.
Amazing.
Kilgore Void got one or two things, but not the Chaplain. Oh, they were out of the Chaplain. When one Crux Terminatus isn't enough. It's great. I have 10 Terminators, and I have 4 Terminator Chaplains. Is one of them Forge World? We'll go with that. But let's paint up this spooky, scary skeleton right here. As you can see, it's a beautiful sculpt, but the chain didn't print, and we didn't give ourselves a lot of time, so I replaced the chain with my own. And I'm interested to see how it paints up. I had to super glue it to keep it all rigid, so it's a little bit like I dipped it in goo. So we'll see how nicely it paints up. Make them back-to-back chaplains.
I look like I was dipped in goo.
Dave Dog. Haha, it's a knockoff, isn't it? I can neither confirm nor deny. But if you look at what it's going for on eBay, that should give you some clues.
That should just let you know.
Now you have the song stuck in your head? So is this skeleton the thing that sounds... Oh, that'd be funny. This is the enemy. That'd be really funny. I actually have two. This one didn't print as much as well. His shoulder, or his the bottom half of his arm didn't print. But I think I'll use his head. Like, I'll put his big salamander head on a model somewhere. Ooh, that would be really fun for a salamander space marine. I know they technically fight dragons, not salamanders, but I think it'd be funny.
Spooky, scary skeletons.
Wasn't the one without combi weapon a store exclusive from event? Yeah, it was very, very limited. The non-combi one, but not the new one.
Yes, it is a long stream. We're doing a long, long stream. Had a few long streams today, in fact.
If you have a long stream, please consult your physician. If you have a stream lasting longer than 4 hours, please seek...
Yeah, I had to go to the hospital. It wasn't good. Nothing was going well.
No jeans, no pajamas. Monday, tomorrow. We're doing something spooky and festive. I got my cider.
And also, tomorrow is Sunday.
Yeah, on Monday.
You're drunk, you're drunk before even drinking alcohol cider.
Yep.
You're pre-drunk. Hey, Void 16, happy Halloween to you as well.
All right.
Was there trick-or-treating
was.
in
We
your
got
neighborhood?
3.
Ah. Yep. There was we had a bunch.
All right. Shooting them with a little Stynal Res black primer.
You know, I did some
Oh my god.
some priming today. May or may not have been the secret kill team.
You got your Dark Eldar primed?
Yeah, that is definitely what it is. Well, I also realized that your secret kill team could possibly also be Sisters of Battle.
I can neither confirm nor deny. Ooh, I do love a Sister of Battle, though.
That's the other thing it could be.
None of them cleared the minefield. None of the trick-or-treaters got through Kilgore Void's outer defenses.
Oh my gosh, it's 3 a.m. in Germany. Yeah, go to bed. Good night.
Yeah, today is a beautiful day. If it was a normal year, everyone would have had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the last bunch of Halloweens have been like, it snowed, or it was 30 degrees.
Yep. So that is just unfortunate.
Should I paint my orcs not assembled, so piece by piece, or paint the whole orc at once? It depends. If it's a Slugga Choppa orc, you can probably do it all together. If it's a Shuda orc, you could probably paint the Shuda separate. Whatever makes you think you'll have an easier time painting it.
Whatever rustles your Jim Jams.
There we go. Ooh, is my pressure still set? Yep, my pressure is set really high. It's at 50. Because I had some cloggage, so I wanted to try to blow it out. The responsible thing to do would be to stop, clean the airbrush, reset your paint, and then continue spraying.
But, no thank you. I like to do a little riskage, a little biskage. The first burp of the stream. Speaking of that.
Yeah! Ooh, a small herd of giraffes just got some Adeptus Sororitas today as a gift. That is really exciting.
Wow. Why? What was the gift for? Can I get some as a gift? It's a gift that keeps on giving.
Alright, gotta clean the old brush, but luckily Nick will keep you entertained with his beautiful songs.
Oh, yes. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. And dun 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 dun. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Da, 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 da. I wrote that one myself. I know it's pretty basic, but I'm just starting to learn how to sing. and I've really figured it out. But yeah, so little kill team update. I'm working on my secret kill team, and I primed him, and I gave him a little gloss because I'm going to be using some liquid gold on some of the parts. So that's your little, that could be a little hint for what I'm working on. ZWQ. Nick is the second best singing clown on the internet. But you can't tell Jay what I just said, because he'll probably figure it out. Oh boy.
Nick is the second best singing clown on the internet.
He missed all the wonderful songs.
Yeah, I cannot wait to get my Sisters of Battle painted when I buy them and collect them.
Yeah, because you
Do a
don't have
nice
them currently right now.
zenithal prime on all of them. Little inkage.
You're saying things you did today. That's my bet.
Yeah, well, are you doing the same Dark Eldar scheme you did before, or are you making a new one?
Let's just say it'll be a new one.
Yeah. Aw, thanks, Luxury Asmodeus. Luxury Asmodeus? Asmodeus?
You got it. We'll go with it.
You know what I do have is cider.
Those are... Yeah, we know. We can tell. I think you made alcoholic cider.
I made cider and then I made alcoholic cider.
Yep. We got some more basic tutorials coming up as well.
Let's get the pressure down to something reasonable. Mm-hmm.
69.
I have no idea what I'm going to do with this model. Am I just going to paint him bone? That seems like the obvious thing to do. Ah.
You have a bone to pick with them? There it is.
My goal, though, is to paint the whole model up on stream tonight. Ooh. And I think I can do it.
Should we have a bet?
Yeah. I get it finished or what? Like 30 lashes?
I don't know. Yeah. The people on Patreon get to spank you. Like we'll go to each of their...
Our OnlyFans
their
already get
houses,
to, though. I'm still sore.
and then we'll bring a paddle. Or you can supply your own.
Praetorian Guard Bulligrans? Sometimes a skeleton salamander is just a skeleton salamander. That sounds like something Goobertown Hobbies would say. Sometimes a skeleton, a salamander skeleton is just a salamander skeleton.
Cider? I hardly knew her. I get it. That's an old man joke.
Kilgore, Praetorian Guard Bulligrins. Is that a thing? I know what Bulligrins are, but are you talking about like the Cadian kit, the plastic one? Zenukyu is still working on their competition mini. Spent about 40 minutes trying to correctly blend a leg. That's, I mean, for a competition piece, you know, you could spend hours and hours and hours on a leg.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to get a smooth consistency. Yes, I definitely want to try some wet blending. I'm going to be trying it a little on my Gene Stealer weapons, on my 5 Gene Stealers on Monday. But I definitely want to find a piece that'll give me a good opportunity to really do some blending. Alright, is he properly zenithal? He could probably use a little more. But I'm sure he's being lit by the moon, not the sun. It's the spookin' hour. Mm-hmm.
Spookenhauer.
Yeah. There was no connection point between the model and the base in the STL, so I drilled a hole in his butt and I put a paperclip. Not the most elegant solution, but it works.
It certainly does. I mean, that's how most people are held up. Probably speaking from experience. Got a good old-fashioned butt stick.
You know, it was really funny. Today I was watching a little South Park, and there was an episode where the gang are playing... they have a board game night. They start out playing D&D, and the principal Mackie makes them let girls into the club, and the girls are better at D&D, and so they switch to tabletop games. And then the girls are better at those too.
Makes sense.
And they complain to Principal Mackie, and then Principal Mackie basically says, "So you're saying the girls are smarter and they keep beating you at board games?" Ooh, maybe I'll try out some contrast.
Some spooky contrast.
Yeah. I own Agros Dunes. They're in like the weird, not small but not big pots. They're in the medium pots. in terms of the mama bear, papa bear, baby bear pots. They're in the mama bear pots.
Mama bear pots.
The one I really need though is the white. I can't find it. Oh, here it is.
Hey, Zerg619. Welcome. He's pooping a big bum. I like the rocks, exploding rocks.
Yeah, I thought the
Is there a
there is a
tutorial
tutorial
about
on
that
how to
somewhere?
do this. If you look up Eons of Battle, how to make an exploding base, I think you'll probably find it.
Interesting. Wow, I've never heard of Eons of Battle. What a cool name for a YouTube channel.
Eric Iverson, yay contrast! I have used a lot of contrast Black Templar. I have not used the other colors. Doesn't look very mixed. Quick, put the medium into dropper bottles before the police show up. Yes, they will put you in jail. Alright,
Everything must be in droppers.
what do I paint him with? White? Do I paint him with Agros Dunes? See, this is where not naming them off of colors really comes in, because I have no idea what the difference between Snakebite Leather and Argos Dunes. It looks like Snakebite Leather
Really?
is darker.
You have no idea the difference? Wow. I mean, we all know the difference.
Time to
So
dip
much
your
to
model in
do.
wood stain. Yes. The mixing would be a lot easier if I had a piece of lab grade equipment.
A centrifuge. That's definitely what that is.
All right, I think I'm just going to go for Agros Dunes. I got plenty of time if it turns it into a hot mess and I need to do 100 highlights.
Trey Flores says, speaking of contest, just found the one I entered only enters your model into a draw. So a contest on chance and not a contest on talent.
Wait,
A
then how
tad
is it
annoyed?
How is it a contest? I suppose. Is anything a contest if there's a winner?
I guess so. It's pretty odd.
Let's see. I'm nervous it's going to go on thick. Let me try out... Let me throw it on this foot and see what happens. Oh, you know what? I like that a lot. Let's do it. Let's do it to it. A contrast paint is just a thick wash. That's all it is. Although I do appreciate that they're out there. I think they're cool. I think they're overcosted, but... Games Workshop does make pretty good paint. I don't love all their colors, but and I love Vallejo more.
You like their whites and you love their whites and blacks a lot more, don't you? That's your favorite.
Garbage.
Good old Abaddon black.
These make it look like a... These are very good, like... It's a very good color for, like, dry, dusty bones. Like a dinosaur bones.
Mm.
And it's going over the contrast pretty good.
Hey, listening to Mike and listening to Paint Dry with
Happy
Mike and
Halloween, listening to
Dan.
Paint
Happy
Dry with Mike and
Halloween.
Dan.
Happy
Listening to Paint Dry with Mike and
Halloween.
Dan, do you guys have a lot of use for contrast paints? Have you been using them, avoiding them? Do you own them, not own them? Need your opinion listening to Paint Dry with Mike and Dan. Thick wash. That is what they are.
Yeah.
Overcosted is spelled G dubs.
That's pretty good.
I use them to glaze like crazy. That makes sense. I only have a few colors right now.
So you can't glaze
You know what
crazy.
I might do though? If this snakebite leather is darker, I might go ahead and throw this on the underparts.
Ooh, underparts.
Reread the rules. The print and paint to the best of your ability. The winner will be drawn on November 16th. Keyword drawn. I wonder though, did they just misspeak or is it a draw? Is the contest selected through draw? It just seems so weird to have a contest.
This seems like a weird way to phrase it.
It does, but I could believe someone said the wrong thing.
Really?
Yeah.
In this country? True. Unless they mean the winter will be drawn in a picture. That could be it.
Is that contrast on Wraithbone whites? No, it's just a little Higgins white through my airbrush.
Hey, World War Art.
World War Art. Listen to Paint Dry with Mike and Dan. Mostly the browns, Snakebite Leather, and Skeleton Horde are my favorites. I'll have to pick up Skeleton Horde.
So they had another contest, and the winner was announced. Basically, a name of those who submitted a painted model on a wheel. What?
You know what you do then?
Listening to
You know
Paint Dry
what you do about the contest? You just submit all your models. That way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just submit everything. There are no rules. Craig Turpin says, at listening to Mike and at listening to Paint Dry with Mike and Dan, I'm doing so much better now that I'm a patron of Eons of Battle. It has cleared up my back acne.
Your back knee?
That's what we do for you. Back knee.
You know what? Let's get crazy with the contrast. I'm gonna throw some Black Templar on the weapons. Let's get nuts.
Jeez, it is getting nuts.
Which is too bad because I'm allergic.
Are you allergic to D's nuts?
Listen to Paint Dry. Yes, this particular model, I've put them over as zenithal. And it seems to work. It's a little dark, so I'll definitely have to go back and highlight, and I'll definitely have to go back and darken. But I do like it so far. Since I've joined the Eons of Battle Patreon, I've cleared my criminal record 3 times. World War.
That's what we do for you.
World War Art. This model that I'm painting is the bones of a salamander, designed by CobraMode, who is a wonderful sculptor, digital sculptor. And Nick 3D printed it.
I did. Hope. Nick, why are you a clown? You know why I'm a clown. I've always been a clown. My father was a clown. My mother was a clown. So I also have to be a clown. Ashley. It feels good. It really feels good to come out as myself, finally. After all these years. I finally found a community that would accept me for who I am.
Kill Corvoid. So shall I, Cato Sicarius. Oh, Cato Sicarius, no one likes you. He was on track to become chapter master for the Ultramarines, but he's now 3rd in command after Gilliman.
I just hate when that happens. Insane clown posse. You got it.
ICP. ICP for life. No. Alright, I'm going to use a little snakebite leather on the handle of his little thing. Does anybody know the name of this weapon? It's like an axe attached to a chain attached to a weight. I'm sure it's a real weapon.
Nunchucky kind of...
Half chuck.
Half chuck?
It's not a full chuck.
Nintendo chuck? Yeah, half chuck.
Ah, robot girly man. I've also heard rowboat girly man. Small herd of giraffes is painting their very first mini tonight.
Yeah.
Any advice? Well, if you've just applied your washes, did you prime it white or gray? Is it a Sister of Battle?
Is it a Sister of Battle?
It's a Kusurigama. Kusurigama? That sounds right. It's called a whip chain. I used one once and knocked myself in the face.
Half chuck.
My spouse didn't prime it. It's a guardsman. Well, you should probably put some sort of a primer on. Ah, I missed a spot with the Agros Dunes.
Oh, man.
Ah, too late to prime now. Well, if you're just doing your first mini, you can probably get away with just slapping the paint on. Yeah,
I won't tell anyone.
But I would say probably apply a light color, like a white or a gray, and just paint the whole model. And you want to thin your paint. And that doesn't really mean anything when you're first starting out. It barely means something now, and I've been doing it for years. But when you thin your paint, you want to add water to the paints until it's as thin as it can be while still putting down color. So like if you paint another piece of plastic or your fingernail or something, you should see it should be very watery but still leave a nice line of color. A lot of competitive painters don't prime. Interesting. I feel like you should probably prime. They don't even zenithal? I worship my Lord and Savior, Duncan Rhodes. Oh, Duncan. I like Duncan, but I wanted to see him get wet and wild now that he's on his own YouTube channel. He still doesn't use a wet palette. What gives? If they say if you don't touch the mini, you don't have to prime it. I guess, but I get handsy, so I don't think that.
Yeah, Jay.
Yeah,
Jay
I pour them
sleeps with the
all
models,
over my bed.
So
like, and then I sleep on top of it like a dragon.
So
I go through super glue daily.
Yeah. A lot of breakage.
All right. I think for my highlights, I'm going to be doing some Army Painter hemp rope mixed with Vallejo bone white. Full contact painting requires touching the mini. Yes, it does. Alright, this Army Painter is nice and thick. Perfect.
Okay. I'm going to send you some photos real quick. This is from listening to Paint Dry with Mike and Dan.
Mike and Dan. I'm very excited to see it.
All right, it just sent to you.
If you don't prime metal minis, they are very prone to paint chippage, and acrylics just don't make a strong enough bond. Yeah, definitely for metal. Probably resin, not a bad idea either. Basically, always do it.
It's getting in. Yeah, my models really don't like it though. Nice.
All right. Come on. Load. Ooh. It's a little diorama with a spooky scarecrow warrior surrounded by pumpkins. Oh, and he's got the little scarecrow pole. Oh, I love it. I love the way the corn was done. I think it beats my corn. Mm-hmm. I'm not overly happy with my corn.
Yeah. It's some good corn.
Oh, and then it's a Sigmar model. It's a Sigmar Marine from the Legion Sigmar. Ooh, I love the non-metallic metal on the face of the shield.
Yeah, it was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. My wife thinks it looks like weeds.
Oh. I mean, what isn't,
I think it looks like
isn't
corn.
corn weeds deep down?
Everything's a weed.
Mm-hmm. I know another thing that was always used to be talked about was cleaning your minis with soap and water prior to priming to remove mold release. I have never once done that. You should do that on resin models. A lot of resin I bought feels cleaned, but I have definitely bought some stuff where it looked a little shiny and you could see the mold release a little. Adeptus Sigmatus. Yes, that is correct.
I always take a bath with my sprue.
Mm-hmm.
I put in the bathtub with me with my rubber duckies.
Yeah.
It's a great way to clean yourself and the minis at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Army Painter. good paint, but I always seem to have problems with it. I learned to do that.
Well, it's because you haven't done all the steps in order to make it good
Yes,
yet.
that's true. Yeah, supposedly you're supposed to like bleed the medium, which I don't even know how to do that. Like that, you need a centrifuge, don't you?
Yeah, I was about to say, you need a centrifuge to do that.
Fine. At least maybe it's just all of the I have all the wrong colors for it's possible. Cuz every paint range is going to have some duds.
You can't make them all perfect. But they all made them perfect individually.
ZNubiQ, tell that to my comment section. I get comments every day about, oh, you know, the paints are fine, you just have to do all this prep work.
Yeah. Yeah, it's worth getting the paint. You just have to make it work.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to build your own paint out of the paint.
I have been enjoying the washes though. The Army Painter washes.
Army Painter, if you're listening,
Yeah.
which you definitely aren't, because we badmouth you all the time, send us the washes.
Yeah. I couldn't find on it. I mean, I didn't check more than Amazon, but it doesn't look like they sell just a wash pack. That's what I want.
I want a 6-pack.
Mm-hmm.
It's really what I want. I'm working on my winter body though.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been working on that since I was born.
I try to keep relatively unbiased, but I have to say I can't stand most Army Painter paints. I love their washes, but regular paints, yeah, I've been feeling the same thing. I like to stay biased.
I like to throw out an opinion and make people mad.
Do you guys have the Vallejo Nocturna paint sets? The Crimson Purple and Malefic Flesh are brilliant. I have lots of Vallejo. I don't know if I have any of that. I have a lot of Game Color and a fair bit of Model Color. Has anyone else used Scale 75? Very nice composition to those paints. I've heard amazing things about Scale 75. I've never tried them before.
I'm not either. Are they expensive? Are they reasonable?
Mm-hmm. Are they reasonable or GW prices?
Yeah.
Uber Matte. Interesting.
Ah, that's good.
Those 4 sets are totally worth it. Holy cow. I don't think I've bought a paint set. The last paint set I bought Vallejo was selling a 4-pack of their liquid gold series. Usually I buy individual. I don't want to over own paint because then I don't use it.
It's true.
And I could have spent that money on models that I'll also not paint.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. It's a vicious circle.
Sent a link to the Army Painter wash set via Patreon to you, gents.
Ooh.
Perfect.
I think I'll be using my army painter washes in my secret kill team.
Ooh.
I'll also be using other paints as well. Xenubaq has
You're only gonna use washes.
Xenubaq has the whole Turbo Dork line. Love them for small effects, but a little overwhelming for large surfaces. Listening to Paint Dry with Mike and Dan. The matte black is the flattest black. You guys, besides the 3.0 from Stuart Semple. Oh, I am in the market for a new black paint because I just used up my P3, and I've gone through Vallejo and I've gone through G-Dubs, and I haven't found the black paint of my dreams yet. So maybe I'll pick up a scale 75.
That could be the one for you.
Mm-hmm.
I think we ask this every stream. Does anyone know any good white?
Ah, I've been enjoying the P3 white. I don't know if it's the best white I've ever used. I think it is, actually, because the only other one is G-Dubs. And I've also used the Vallejo white, and I don't remember loving it.
Mm-hmm.
I used it all up, but I use a paint.
That's true.
Let me write down scale 75. Otherwise, I just won't do it.
Goodbye, Craig. We'll miss you.
Good night.
We'll be thinking of you in our dreams.
Scale 75, matte, black.
I'm making popcorn. Does anyone want any?
I'll take some.
Hell yeah, send it over.
Been airbrushing whites when I can. Right now, for my Ultra Smurfs, I'm getting the white details by brush. That makes sense. Oof.
Jeez. We might have to end the stream early.
Yeah.
Someone has to go to the hospital. With yes.
I think this first highlight.
I'll trade popcorn for cider.
Yeah. I wish I could give you guys the cider. It's great. Speaking of, I think I need a refill. I'll be right back.
Goodness. Yep. Putting a little drinky drink on. That burp came from your toes. It certainly did. I'm working with some Vallejo liquid gold right now for my secret kill team. The old hollow wine. I wish I had some of the cider. I really could use some of it. Don't forget to add a little silver to those custard guards, Nick. Yep. You're right. I need some whiskey. I love a good honey whiskey. We're making a good 7 and 7. That's one of my faves. But I haven't had a 7 and 7 in a long time.
right.
Irish cream. Oh, look at that cider shot.
Mm-hmm.
Irish cream. That sounds like a good recommendation.
Ooh, I love Ryan's cream liqueur.
Yeah,
Ooh,
honey
that
whiskey's
is piping.
great. I love that you have it heating in a crock pot. That's absolutely fantastic. A good sign of an alcoholic. One
It's
that's keeping it
just
warm.
cider in the crock pot.
No, no, you don't have to lie. We're not
I mean,
children.
I added things to it.
Huh, interesting.
Any recommendations on what kind of booze to put in coffee? Whiskey. But a small herd of draft says not a whiskey person. Yeah, ZNBQ is gonna work on their competition mini.
Getting into some of these little details.
Ooh, one thing Dr. Drokel likes doing on large-scale skeletons is to add dirt and moss in places around the bone. Yeah, that makes sense. Add a little variety. A little pizzazz.
Bone variety. I said boner. The worst drink I ever had was North Korean liquor. That's amazing.
Have you ever tried Kura, the whiskey? No, I have not. I have not tried many things.
Yep, you had a good sober streak until today.
Speaking of falling off the wagon, I need to add a little bit of white paint into my mixture so that I can continue to do highlights.
That sounds like a code word. I think that means you're adding some alcohol to your cider.
I already did that. Put in some Fireball. It's because I'm high class.
What is the worst beverage you ever had?
Gin and tonic.
Gin and tonic.
100%. Holy moly. Gin and tonic is the worst thing in the world. It tastes like you're licking a tube TV.
No thanks.
Tastes like you're French kissing a battery. Tastes like your computer's mad at you. Tastes like a mouthful of pennies.
I love tube TVs. Well, a gin and tonic is for you.
Yeah, gin and tonic is pretty shocking when you have your first sip. There's a comedian called Tim Dillon who's got a great line about gin and tonic, because that's his drink. and he says like whiskey and those dark liquors go down too easy. Gin drinkers like to know what they're up against. So I guess they like that it tastes really bad.
You gotta get good gin
Yeah.
and good tonic.
I've had really, really cheap gin and dollar store tonic.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
why wouldn't it taste good? It doesn't make any sense.
No sense at all.
That's really funny. You know, I love Tim Dillon. I didn't know that. That's pretty good. Love a good Tim Dill.
Fever Tree tonic water and daiquiri was delicious. St. Augustine Distillery Batch Gin. Yeah, I bet if you get good stuff, it all tastes good. I've never had good stuff, though.
Oh, that's great. I think we got a few professional drinkers
Sounds
in this
like
chat.
it. Yeah, I'm an amateur. They're going pro.
Yep. One day I hope to be that great. Or Duncan. That's true. Yeah, if you have great coffee, don't ruin it with alcohol.
America runs on Dunkin'. Dunkin' Donuts are the worst donuts I've ever had in my life. Dunkin' Donuts are so bad.
Ooh.
It's like, hey, do you want a donut that was prepared 3 days ago? Do you want a donut? Yeah, do you want a donut that tastes like cardboard with frosting on it? I'm gonna have a donut. It's gonna be a good donut. There's a great donut place near me called Lee's Donut, and if you can get there by like 8 in the morning, they sell a donut. It's a beautiful cake Long John donut with maple syrup frosting, and on top is a big strip of caramelized bacon. That's one of the greatest things I've ever had in my life.
That's pretty good.
Just unbelievably good. Yeah.
Is that place still open?
Yeah, it's kind of in a bad location.
Yeah.
They close at like 12 noon.
Yeah.
But they're hanging on, bless their soul.
Ah, that's why you order the cardboard with icing on it, and they give you a real donut instead.
Ah.
You got to play the game.
Yeah, see, I've always just ordered donuts. I didn't know the dance that you have to play. The dance of the Dunkin'. You know what's one of the saddest things in the movie? Oh, it's an Adam Sandler movie, and Al Pacino is in it.
Click.
No, and Al Pacino is in it, and he does like a Dunkin' Donuts dance, and it's so bad. And you're like, Pacino, no, don't do it. Chat, do you like Adam Sandler movies? I know some people like them.
don't think there's any better movies, right? Are there better movies than Adam Sandler
Making
movies?
a coffee blend made for mini painters would be awesome. Would that just be like double shot of espresso? Paint thinner. Little Null oil.
Get you good to go. And a bunch of alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
To take the edge off. And whatever CBD is.
Yeah.
That too. Throw that in there.
Unpainted figure blend.
And you can charge a premium because you know that they'll buy it.
I liked the early movies, not much of the later stuff, although The Cobbler and Uncut Gems are pretty good. Well, Uncut Gems was not written by Adam Sandler. Most of his movies are. And what are these early stuff that I've heard are good? I've seen some of the early stuff too, I don't remember any of it being good. They weren't as bad, maybe. Coffee for the coffee god.
I don't know. It sounds like you don't like... It kind of sounds like you don't like fine art.
I don't have appreciation for the fine drama.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which I get it. Not everybody has taste.
Like, I don't think 50 First Dates is good. I don't think Click is good.
What?
Mm-hmm.
All right. People are going to start leaving this stream because you're just full of bullshit.
Never saw Happy Gilmore.
Remember Happy Gilmore? Well, maybe that could be it.
I find those who don't claim to have taste have the best tape.
Are you saying that I don't have taste? I think I'm getting cyberbullied.
Hot take. Yeah, that's a real
Hot take.
That's a real hot take.
I like old Adam Sandler movies better than the new ones. So what movie do you think would change Jay's opinion then? And how about like one? Nick, you just like a clown.
Pixels was robbed at the Oscars.
All right. Well, now we're just making.
Did anyone know that Pixels is actually based on a short film? And in the short film, all of the fun little moments happen in the short film. Basically, the short film was just the pixel attacks, and all of the cool pixel attacks in the movie are from the short film. I don't understand. How did his cheat codes work? I mean, I guess they worked because the aliens were based off of the old games, even though those games didn't have cheat codes. Like, did Galaga have cheat codes?
I don't know.
But yeah, everyone check out the Pixel short film. It's really good, and it's like 3 minutes.
I can watch something that's that long. I mean, I can usually only watch TikToks, but I think I could stay awake enough for 3 minutes.
Well, I think the one thing we can all agree on is Deuce Bigalow, Male Gigolo is a true masterpiece, even though it's not a Sandler movie. Better than the Shawshank Redemption, definitely. I don't think I've ever seen Deuce Bigelow Male Gigolo.
Okay, Click, Waterboy. I saw Click a long time ago. Googling list of burn centers in the U.S. for Nick. I make a pretty cute clown though, if I don't say so myself. That's what I look like right now. I'm wearing that. I didn't actually Photoshop that.
Ooh, you know what? You know what movie I want to watch? Bubba
like.
Hotep. I want to watch Bubba Hotep.
Well, that's too bad because
that's true.
You have to watch a bunch of Adam Sandler movies now.
Oh, it's gonna ruin my day watching the Sandler movies. You know what? Maybe they'll be so good.
Or it will make your life.
And I'll be like, you know what? He earned 2 decades of garbage with these movies. Oh, everyone's is pitching in for Bubba Hotep. That's what I like to hear. I've heard it's very fun. I love a movie that's surprisingly good. I wonder if our friend Joe is into Adam Sandler movies. Because, no, he's not.
Probably. No, I don't know anything.
I don't know. I could see him liking him though. He has some weird, like he likes everything, but he also like really likes weird conceptual stuff. But then he also likes like he likes a lot of things, and nothing seems to make sense.
Hmm. I don't know. We'd have to ask.
I just want to watch Bubba Hotep because it's so much fun to say Bubba Hotep. Bruce Campbell is a treasure. Hail to the king, baby. Yep. Good comedy is really hard to find nowadays. Or ever. I feel like comedy is hard. Has always been hard. Yeah.
Like comedy movies?
There's about like Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. It's phenomenal.
I like the PBS documentary of that movie.
PBS documentary of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles?
Well, there is a PBS documentary called Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. And it talks about planes, trains, and automobiles. It's for people that want to know about that.
The motel where they stay at in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is kind of near my house. Does this Joey like Star Wars Episode 1? The best Star Wars movie?
Hmm? This popcorn is so good. I'm enjoying it. Yep.
Anybody ever seen the short-lived Bruce Campbell TV show Adventures of Briscoe County Jr.? No. Oh, I think I remember Rat Race. It's been a while. I remember It's a Mad, 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 Mad World.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a time.
I love
Does
anything.
the Big Sick count
Big Sick.
as a comedy movie?
Probably.
I saw that a long time ago, like probably like 3 years ago, or whenever it came out on Amazon.
I think the last movies I actually saw in theaters were Crazy Rich Asians and Black Panther. And Star Wars. Star Wars came out after Black Panther.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Ice.
Was the last movie that you saw in theaters
Definitely.
Episode 9?
That's the last movie
I
anyone's
saw
going to
in
get to see in theaters.
Oh. Were the Asians actually crazy and rich?
Here's the thing about Crazy Rich Asians. It was very good. It was very well acted.
Mm-hmm.
It had all the heart you need, and it had all the stuff. But they're so crazy rich, you can't even feel bad for them even a little. They're like owning people and rich. And like the movie opens trying to make you feel bad. Like this obviously wealthy woman walks in with her kids out of the rain, and her fur coat is all drenched. And the maitre d' won't give her room because she's Asian and he's prejudiced. And then she like calls up the person who owns the hotel, and he's like, "Oh, hey, long time no see. Yeah, come on up." And she, she gives a little sass to the maitre d' who is so wrong. But it comes across a little disingenuous when it's like, "Oh yeah, these people own like all of China." And like they casually buy, like there's some just disgusting displays of wealth in that movie. And like the grandma throws a huge festival because her plant is gonna bloom. And at the end of the movie, when she decides that she can be with the guy and the mother finally approves, like there's this weird like choreographed dance that they make like people do, and I'm like, wow, they like people had to train for this. It's a little odd. It's a good movie though. It's weird. It's kind of weird. It's a very good movie.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a little weird.
Whoa, spoilers.
Yeah, whoa, spoilers. Yeah, the girl and the guy get together in the end. Imagine that. The book of Crazy Rich Asians is actually really good. I bet it's a good movie. Dr. Jokel, episode 9 was the last movie I saw in theaters. I feel sick. Because of Corona or because of episode 9? Everybody in Crazy Rich Asians walking around like Michael Yo couldn't murder anyone with her bare hands. Did anyone see the newest episode of The Mandalorian? I'm waiting for it all. I also don't have a Disney Plus subscription anymore, and I'm waiting until 1 month in. I love Mandalorian though. It's so good.
Mm-hmm. It's smart to release them one a week. Also because then people keep their subscription for longer.
Yeah, I like the Mandalorian. He's an interesting character. I mean, so here's the thing about Star Wars. Star Wars does not have incredible characters. And that's fine because it's an adventure movie. It's an adventure series. And so the Mandalorian, even though he's not that deep, you kind of get it. Like, oh, his family was destroyed or killed by the droids, and so he has a mistrust of them. He's all in with his new religion, creed, Mandalorianness. He's found kind of purpose in rescuing Baby Yoda. And he meets like-minded folk along the way. Perfect premise. perfect Star Wars premise.
Mm-hmm. Can't talk to like half my friends about it. They're waiting to 1 month or two.
They actually figured out how to handle cute in the Star Wars world. I mean, I think they pretty much nailed it with Jar Jar Binks.
Or the porgs.
Or the porgs. It is the way. Disney has spoken. When he died... when that little crusty faced guy died, it made me sad. I'll help the child. He was just a good man. Ewoks are cute as hell. Yes, they are very cute. I love when they were taking down ATSTs. How did Rey do a mind? The tricky thing, the thing I love about Star Wars is that hundreds of different artists have gotten their try at Star Wars, and everyone has experienced Star Wars in their own unique way. But the downside is that means every single person wants something different.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I wish they would have shown them eating the stormtroopers. That would have been great. The helmet drums did not empty themselves. Oof. Well, what do you think they were cooking on that fire? They were having hamburgers made out of the Emperor's finest. I always loved when the Emperor is like, I'm sending a battalion of my best to the planet. And I'm like, you mean the guys who got beaten by the Ewoks? Because in Clone Wars, we see the clones being like operators with tactics and stuff, but then the stormtroopers are kind of bumbling. Remember when they were going to cook Han? They were going to cook everyone. And then they kind of convinced the locals that C-3PO was a god. Didn't age well, did it? Filthy colonizers. You don't understand. They were in the trees. Stormtroopers. It's what for dinner? Oh, now I want like a hot pocket, and it says the ingredient is Stormtrooper. There's one. I'm always gonna bring up Star Wars Tales every single time we talk about Star Wars. Everyone go read Star Wars Tales. Mm-hmm. There's a great story about an ex-Imperial officer at a bar talking about his experiences with the Ewoks, and it's great. Like they seem cute and cuddly in the holopics, but let me tell ya, they ran through my men like a scythe. And then he's at the end, and he's like, "Yeah, but when that Death Star blew, it didn't just vaporize. And I sleep well at night, knowing a lot of that material rained down on the planet."
Oh my gosh.
And it's great because he's got this whole spiel about how all the Ewoks are probably dead, and then the guy next to him was like, "No, the rebels intercepted the debris." And he goes, and it just ends with him going like, "Oh." Tales from Jabba's Palace is required Star Wars reading. Yes, it is! The Cantina music is called Jizz. Excellent name. I hope that one was from George himself.
It's called Jizz.
George, and then George's like, I have spoken.
I said what I said. It's jizz. I'm gonna drink my coffee. Always drinking a coffee.
George truly was a master at world building. He was pretty good. I mean, I guess he did come up with all the prequels, which have an interesting world, but also he didn't explain major things, like why did the Separatists want to leave? Why can't they? How do the Jedi work? Why are there 2 Sith? How come Darth Maul only has 1 line? Why did Jango Fett why did Count Dooku hire Jango Fett to kill Padme, and then Jango Fett hired another bounty hunter to kill Padme, and then that bounty hunter bought bugs to go kill Padme?
There's just a lot of questions. Jazz, jizz, it's like poetry. It rhymes. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Why is the sand so coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere? Why is Qui-Gon Jinn such a cheat? It's because he's always ginning it up. He's not called Qui-Gon Jinn because that's his name. It's his favorite cocktail. Oh, remember? Does anyone remember Phantom Menace Puppet Yoda? I grew up on the VHS tape, so I saw Puppet Yoda, and he looked rough. They tried to, like, de-age a puppet, and it did not work. All explained in books and video games. Yes, it all is. Ooh, I played Bounty Hunter for the PS2. Or actually, I watched my neighbor play it, and it was pretty dope. Darth Maul only has 1 line because that's how long Ray Park could drop his accent. Actually, Ray Park, he was dubbed over in the final edit of the movie, and so that's actually not Ray Park's voice. Qui-Gon Gin and Tonic.
Wilhelm Scream 25. Best gold recipe?
In terms of paint? Boy, I don't know. Sometimes a green base coat under your gold can look really good. And then sometimes a nice kind of earth brown looks good. And then once you've put on your gold, highlight with silver. Those are my recommendations for gold. I'm not very good with gold either. Anybody remember Yaddle? Who would win toe-to-toe, Darth Vader in his prime or in his star days? I think Darth Vader would win. He has the Force. I think it would be a hell of a fight, though. Replace all the Jar Jar scenes with Darth Maul, and you have the best movie ever. I like to think, though, that Darth Maul is doing all the same things. So Darth Maul is like, Misa Jar Jar Binks. Misa hatin' crunchin'. Or Darth Maul steps in the poopy. Everyone's favorite
I remember
scene.
that. That's my favorite part. It's like poetry.
It sure does.
It rhymes. It's a classic Lucasism.
I also like when he says, it's stylistically designed to be that way, but we can diminish the effects of it.
Yeah.
The Insidious Demon. The Insidious Demon was actually a lost Zabron. Yeah, it did look weirdly exactly like Darth Maul. Who bought into the Darth Jar Jar conspiracy? It's a fun conspiracy, and it works surprisingly well. It really does.
So, you just got your answer.
I don't agree with the Darth Jar Jar theory. But it kind of works. I just think George Lucas thought it'd be funny if part of the big reason why the Empire happens is because Jar Jar. Why was Jar Jar a senator? Like, who thought that was a good idea? Besides George Lucas. Who on Naboo was like, yeah, I want him representing me?
There is a game. Did anyone play the little game Google put on their homepage?
The little dinosaur game?
For Chrome? No. They made a game for Halloween. Or something. This looks really cute. It's really cute. Oh, that's one of the cutest things I've seen in a long time.
Is it cuter than Baby Yoda?
Yes.
You're wrong.
All right.
Oh, Baby Yoda.
I saw someone dress as Baby Yoda for Halloween.
There's a moment in episode 1 where Palpatine says, "I must be Frank, Your Majesty." Ergo, he's Frank Palpatine. No, does anybody know what Palpatine's name was? It was Sheev. I don't know if that was his real name or just the name he went by on Naboo, but he went by Sheev. Doesn't that just fill your heart with dread? Sheev. Yeah, so he's like the baddest guy in the galaxy. His name's Sheev. I like to think George is like, his name's Steve. George, no, we can't use real names. Okay. Sheev.
Sheev. All right, does anyone have my coffee? All right, another great decision finished by me.
Mm-hmm.
I have completed a task.
In the extended universe, wasn't it Cos Dash It? I never got into the old lore books, Heart of the Empire, all that stuff. I'll do it one day because I want to know what everyone's complaining about. Because I know a little bit about the Sea Runk and the Kyle Katarn and the Yuthan Vong invasion, all the Solo children. But was it really the greatest thing ever? Because they stopped writing them like in the 90s.
Sheev is long for Shiv. He'll cut you real good. I think I'm out of burp water. That means I'm out of burps. She is short for Shivester.
There are only like 5 Star Wars books that could be described as great, but I read so much of them as a child that they hold a place in my heart. Yes, exactly.
I hate this game. It's addicting. Good old the Google game. Hello, Justin Powell. Welcome to the stream.
Spooky stream. Where I'm painting a spooky skeleton with spooky contrast paint. It's spooky because of the price tag.
I mean, if you throw in the 3D
That's
printer
true.
with the price.
I was talking about the price tag of
That's
contrast paints.
Ah.
It does, yeah.
The bum looks really good.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Dash Rendar got robbed. Oh, I know about Dash. Didn't Dash Rendar and Leia almost have a thing?
Scale 75 came out with a line of contrast
I heard
paints.
about that.
I think they're called Instant Colors.
Instant colors.
It's a good name.
Instant colors. Through the mountain. Instant colors. If anybody gets that reference, they get it. They get a gold star.
We actually can't afford to give out
bronze.
gold stars. So we can send you a PDF link, and you can print out your own paper star.
I see we have an avatar flan. Good catch, Joey Flores.
All right.
Avatar The Last Airbender is a masterpiece. Joey Flores, have you watched Legend of Korra? Because I'm very hesitant. Because I loved Avatar, but like, if Legend of Korra is not as good, but also a lot longer, I don't know how much I'll love it. I watched the first episode and it seems nice. Sometimes I like adult content too, though, like stuff made for adults, like Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's not as good, but it's better than a lot of shows.
That's what people say about
Korra
real life.
herself is an acquired taste. Interesting. Yeah, not too long ago, actually, I watched all of Avatar, and I think I was just a little fatigued on Avatar content. As much as I loved it, I didn't want to rush right into another entire show. I don't like how it was treated then by Nickelodeon and how it felt rushed near the end.
I'm Nick.
But rewatching it as an old person, it resonates more with me. I
deny whatever you said. That was the big joke that I got in school.
Oh, that
your name's
short for Nickelodeon.
Nickelodeon. I'm like, yeah, and And I was like, I don't know what that means because I don't have cable.
You know what Avatar: The Last Airbender really taught me, though? In Harry Potter, Ron sucks. That's what Avatar: The Last Airbender taught me.
Because they have a Ron-like character.
Yeah,
in the
but
show?
the Ron character in The Last Airbender is great. He's not magical like the other two characters, but he's equally as important, pretty much. And he's also like good at things that the other characters aren't good at. He's actually funny. Whereas Ron is on equal footing for like Harry Potter #1 and Harry Potter #2, and then after that, he never matters. Mexican Squatch, both. I mean, movie Ron is completely worthless, but even book Ron is not that great. I really recommend it. If you liked The Last Airbender, just don't expect it to be like The Last Airbender. What is the color I'm highlighting with? I am highlighting with a mixture of hemp rope, Vallejo, bone white, and P3 white. It's basically...
A very specific
Yeah, well,
mix.
I started out with a mixture of hemp rope and bone white, and then I've just been adding more and more white paint, and then I think my next highlight is going to be a pure white. I'm kind of amazed that there's no Harry Potter tabletop game. I think there is a Harry Potter tabletop game. I was looking at miniatures for it. They had a
It makes sense why there wouldn't be one anymore.
They had a golden trio, like Ron, Harry, Hermione, that looked amazing. And I looked on their website, and they didn't have them. And apparently the really cool-looking ones were Kickstarter exclusives. So I'm like, well, I don't want to paint the ones where they're just standing. I want to paint the ones where they're, like, casting spells. Otherwise, I'm just painting children.
Is that not something you're into?
The models are fantastic. Listen to the paint dry. Do you know what I'm talking about? There's like a Harry, Ron, and Hermione in action pose, and then there's a Harry, Ron, and Hermione that are just static. And I couldn't find where to buy the cool action pose gang. Yogurt, yeah, you better shut your mud blood mouth. I think Harry Potter is slowly dying. Not well because J.K. Just kidding, Rowling, but also like, I think she's got to give up the franchise and let some other people at it. Especially now. Especially now.
Now that she now that she put a real stank on it.
Yeah.
And people really hate
but
it
like,
now.
And people haven't been liking the new stuff, so let other people at it. Let other people. I want from the Harry Potter universe. I want the Tales of Gilderoy Lockhart. And every movie is just a different great story from the Harry Potter world. They can be set anywhere with any character because all of Gilderoy's stories are stolen. I think it's the next great franchise is the Tales of Gilderoy Lockhart.
All right, so we're starting a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And we're gonna do it. So give us a lot of money, and we'll definitely make the movie.
The exclusive Voldemort was amazing. Why is he exclusive? Let me buy the cool thing.
Well, you should have known that you wanted it back then.
I think, yeah, I think this started when the American wizard lore started coming, and she low-key was saying that Native Americans wizards had shitty magic until the European wizards showed up. I didn't know she said that. But that's not even the worst thing she said. She also said that before Hogwarts adopted Muggle plumbing, wizards would poop themselves and then just vanish the evidence. And she also said, when people asked her about Jewish students at Hogwarts, she says there was a Jewish student who she just happened to never ever mention once in the books, named Anthony Goldstein. This is real.
Wow, that's insane. Yeah. Sometimes people need to stop, and I think that's fine. See, I'm really for the giving up movement. You know how there's like, Jordan Peterson, all the people that are like, pick her up by your bootstraps, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I'm for giving up. Give up. If you're ahead, give up. Even if you're behind, give up. You just give up. It's okay to give up. And I think she really needs that message right now.
JK is like Lucas, but if all the stuff she made up after the movies was bad. She has a great quote when she made Nagini. Nagini is famously Voldemort's giant snake, but J.K. Rowling decided to have her in the new movies, and she's actually a sexy lady who turns into a snake. And people asked her, "Hey, how long did you know about this Nagini twist?" And she was like, 20 years. No, you just made that up. You just made it up. Come on now. Oh, JK, just kidding, Rowling. That's what the JK stands for.
Yeah. Maybe she's just kidding with every horrible thing that she says. But I don't think that's true.
Of all of the things that could have thought about the consequences of having magic, it wasn't the economy or the societal effects of polyjuice. Yep. Yeah, a polyjuice feels like it probably should have been illegal. Oh, darn, I think I overcooked my Hero Forge model. I wonder if she and J.K. Simmons are related. I'm sure they are. I think, isn't J.K. Rowling a pen name?
I think that sounds true. Yeah, because didn't she wanted to sound like a man or something? Like she wanted her name to sound like a man's name.
Yeah.
So that people would take her seriously at the beginning.
And you know what's kind of sad? Even though, like, she sucks now, she's kind of like one of the most awesome people ever. Mm-hmm. Like, don't we always all want to be J.K. Rowling? Just some nobody who now has an empire.
Yeah.
The richest author in the world.
Right. You just have to give up.
Mm-hmm.
You got to give up at the top.
Give us, JK, give up Harry Potter so that somebody can give me the Tales of Gilderoy Lockhart. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking for. I don't think that's too much to ask.
Listening to Paint Dry with Mike and Dan. I just want the money to buy models and paints. And then you wouldn't have to have a job or something. So you just have all the time to be able to do it.
But yeah, if I had infinite resources, I would think I would just become a world famous painter. Just spend 8 hours a day painting. Like, I could spend a year. Mm-hmm. Well, if I was J.K. Rowling, I could spend an entire year just say, I'm going to paint 8 hours a day. Think about how good you'd get if you just went super hard.
Mm-hmm. You get pretty good.
You know what's kind of interesting is a lot of the really big painters, at least the ones on like YouTube and stuff, none of them are like old people. They're all young. Seems like it just takes passion.
That's true.
Not like it takes passion and a lot of like trial and error, but it doesn't take like
the older people don't know how to use the camera.
That's a good point. There's probably some like 77-year-old Tibetan monk who's like he paints the Space Marine so good that it looks like it's full scale.
But he doesn't know how to use a camera or what a computer is.
You can have the money to buy models or paints, but not both. Vince Venturella paints over 40 hours a week. That is pretty amazing.
Yep.
Melt down your unpainted minis to make your own paints.
Yep, that works. We have a video on that coming out.
I've been getting pretty lucky with my painting. I mean, I stream almost every day, and I paint a lot, even a lot off screen, a lot for videos. So I've been painting up a storm. Secret Kill Team. Not at the paint stage yet for Secret Kill Team, but I'm getting there fast.
No. I'm doing some base coating now for mine. But the bases are on, at least for during the streams, are on hold because I can't 3D model and pay attention at the same time. But I got some fun stuff with that I want to do.
Dr. Faust isn't that young. Mel, the terrain tutor, isn't young. Isn't it? What I'm thinking of though is like, I guess this is never true. Maybe I'm just a dummy. But I was thinking like, aren't the greats as being these old, kind of wizard beard looking people who have who've been at this their whole lives and are just unbelievably dedicated.
I think you made up a character.
This is from a movie, not from real life. And then they tell Mark Wahlberg, what it takes to be great, and
tattered clothes. Yeah. Yeah, I think he just made up. I think he just made it up. And also, when you're saying people, you should say how old you think they are, or how old you know they are. Who's the oldest?
I don't know. I mean, Miniac's partner for his podcast, I think he's like 40, late 30s. A lot of mid 30s to early 40s. It says listen to Paint Dry Bike and Damn.
Yeah. I was wondering why you stopped. There's probably more wizards like that in scale models. Would you say the person that we know, Tom?
That's true.
Because he did model trains. Is he wizard?
I mean, he's wizard for different reasons. He knew how to get stuff done. And he demanded results.
The older guys aren't making YouTube videos. You can find some of the older generation on YouTube painting obscure 90s anime minis or scale models, etc. Yeah, older folks into historicals. It's because they're historicals.
Yeah, you don't hear much about historical war games.
I think you don't
know.
listen to them.
But like I don't know. Like, are there big historical channels I'm just not aware of? Is there a historical Miniac or Midwinter who's just like, guys, Flames of War? I mean, come on now. This game is life.
Do you remember?
He wanted
friend
to play,
Sean wanted to play that.
Yeah, he wanted to play Flames of War so bad.
Remember?
Yep.
He was trying to convince us to do it.
No.
And we never did. And they say that he's still trying to ask us to this day.
I think I'm old enough to play historical war games now. Pete the Wargamer does a fair bit of historical stuff. What do I need? I need a gray. A little Stonewall gray. Also need dark gray. P3 Iron Hull, where are you at? There we go.
It always gets away from you, doesn't it? There are a ton of scale, model / historical game or historical channels. What are they?
Yeah, Pixar didn't have him.
Yeah.
I know Uncle Adam from Tabletop Minions gave a reason why he stayed away from historical, similar to mine, playing a game on past events and weird to be playing as someone's grandpa. Goober looks 30, but is probably actually several thousand years old. I think so. I mean, we know he is Legolas from Lord of the Rings. I think it's been confirmed.
Mm-hmm. Scale bench, scale model workshop, Chad's DIY.
Yeah, I know when we were throwing our hat into the ring in building dioramas, there are some huge diorama channels.
Mm-hmm. We made a spookorama.
Ooh, I'm loving how his weapon is looking, just with the contrast.
Mm. Mm-hmm. It looks pretty.
Yeah.
Spooky. Goodbye, listening to Paint Dry with Mike and Dan. Happy Halloween. It was nice having you here. Yeah. Also, listen to their podcast. We were on it, episode 14, and listen to the other ones too, but mostly ours. Best episode ever. You say that to everyone, don't you? We ain't special. We should have retired after episode 14. Jeez. Walked away Yeah, walk away on a high note. Yeah, always
Always give
up.
up. That's.
Like I said,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta give up. Once you reach the best, you gotta give up. That's amazing.
Hero Forge model painted will share pic of her when some Prime and Zenithal highlights.
Really hyped to print up and paint my Skelemander, but the pandemic has made resin rather hard to acquire. Sad times. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if people just don't care where we are about what's going on. 'Cause I do have a little bit of a stockpile. I bought, I think I have 2 liters. Just I have that. So I wonder, maybe I haven't checked in a long time. Oh yeah, do you want some resin? $500.
I love seeing stuff like that. Like it'll happen a lot with Games Workshop stuff on Amazon, where it'll be like, hey, this product is no longer being sold on Games Workshop's web store. So now let's increase the price by 600%.
Yeah.
Let's see, I got at least an hour left, and I'm definitely getting there on the body of this Scamander.
Yeah, it looks really good.
I want to do justice by our boy, Cobra Mode. I think Cobra Mode makes the best ninja salamanders out there.
I think you really could say that.
I would love a project to really try out some true non-metallic metals. There was a diver knight that from Reaper Miniatures I was looking at, and it's kind of a knight in shining armor idea, but they're wearing like an 18th century diving suit. And I thought that could be fun to try out some copper and stuff on. Because, yeah, non-metallic metal is really hard and really good looking.
It is.
I don't even think I'm that great at true metallic metals, but...
And so am I.
Yeah, life is hard. Shouldn't you be too?
Yeah.
Shouldn't Xenu be Q?
Oh!
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
That was, It's like poetry. It rhymes. Good old GBQ. Gotta agree. Had a blast painting the salamander with the fan. Ah. Do you have yours posted anywhere? I'd love to see it. I love looking at them all.
This salamander I'm working on is a very unique one. He's just bones and bones.
Bones and bones.
Ooh, maybe tomorrow I'll work on my secret kill team. Because tomorrow I'm going to be doing a lot of basing videos. And maybe in between, I'll do some work on my secret.
Secret KT. Yep, I got got a good amount of editing to do. Yeah, but it was really nice being able to get these started. To have just a few hours to get these going, so I can paint during the stream.
So what do you guys like to have on your hot dog? I got myself some hot dogs recently, and I go sweet relish, ketchup, mustard, and cream cheese.
Oh, that kind of hot dog. Yeah, that sounds good.
And my preferred bun is poppy seed.
Poppy seed buns is pretty good. I don't know. I'm not a big hot dog guy.
Shredded cheddar and nothing else. Sounds pretty good.
I'd rather have a burger.
Oh, burger's awesome. I haven't had a burger in forever.
McDonald's has great burgers. The best in the country. America voted.
Chili and cheese, ketchup, mustard, onions, and those potato sticks. Cream cheese on a hot dog. I knew you were a person of culture. My Jewish grandfather rolled in his grave with the cream cheese. I like it. I toast my bun, and then I throw in the cream cheese, and then I throw my dog on top.
And then you toast your buns, but like your ass.
I toast the cream cheese and then spread it on the hot dog. I put kimchi on mine. I think I've had kimchi before. Isn't that like pickled cabbage or celery or something? Or no, definitely not celery. It's yeah.
Celery. I don't know what anything
mustard,
is.
sport peppers, pickle, Chicago style. Pickle's not bad.
Yeah. Chicago dogs are pretty good. Chicago dog. All right, so who's bringing the hot dogs now? Jeez.
I got some in my fridge. Maybe I'll toast one up at 12:30.
Is tacos.
Yes.
I like tacos. I haven't had a taco in a long time.
Yeah, nothing sadder though than a bad taco.
Oh my god.
Bad taco is a crime.
It's the worst.
It's like, what is this?
I've had many. Ah, do you remember that taco that you had in Milwaukee? Or wait,
I
no,
had
it was
a
a
hot
taquito.
dogito from this awful place called oh god, what was it? It was Bel Air. Bel Air
Bel Air in
in
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. The worst. Some folks, to be nice, they were going out to eat and I got invited. And so I went out and I saw
You were so lucky.
and there was a hot dogito. And I'm like, this sounds neat. Is it like a pork taco? That sounds great. I'll have it. These monsters, they took a tortilla, they put a hot dog in it, wrapped it up, and served it to me. Just a hot dog with a straight face.
With a straight face.
It was so bad. It was so bad. The ratio of carb to dog was all wrong. It was a complete disaster. It wasn't good.
How upset you were.
And all the white people loved it. They're like, oh, it's tacos. It's great. No, Nick didn't like it either.
I didn't like it. Remember, you had whatever I had.
Yeah,
it was not good.
Yeah, you didn't even finish.
No, I didn't finish mine. It was gross. Yeah. Had some good tacos in California, though. That was great. There was a place right down the street from work. Perfect tacos.
Yeah, it really isn't it a disappointment getting lukewarm molten ice cream on a hot day? Yeah, if this whole YouTube thing doesn't work out, I think I'm going to become an ice cream man. Just drive around in an ice cream truck.
Yeah. Ba 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 ba.
Yeah,
Or I guess it's the entertainer. Not Pop Goes the Weasel. Come kids, buy my ice cream. I'm a creepy man in a truck. Look at my mustache. I shaved it this morning. It is really, really good looking. Yeah. They always have mustaches. Did you ever
a couple
ice cream
times.
Ice cream
it was
truck?
pretty rare in my neighborhood.
Yeah. Yep. I think maybe that happened once. They're like, okay, everyone has to go through this. Everyone has to have one from a weird man and pray that it's fine.
There's a weird-ass guy drives through my neighborhood and sells ice cream. He doesn't have a proper van, just a minivan with crappy stickers on it and off-key jingles blasting.
I think that's what I'm talking about, too. Also, Jay, I'm sorry about that hot dog taco. I died a bit hearing it. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I don't remember if this happened, but I like to think everyone was asking you if you were like all of our friends were like, "Oh, are you happy with what you bought? How does it taste? Does it taste good? Oh, that looks great."
Yeah, that was like the second time I had ever been out in public with people.
Yeah. And yeah.
No, I didn't enjoy the experience, so.
I haven't been out since. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And then everyone loved Bel Air. Like
Everyone.
everyone was just like, yeah, Bel Air
I
has the
like to
best
think it was the
tacos.
branding.
Although Milwaukee has,
Like literally, they
yeah,
were like,
the
they
branding
gave me
is
a
really good.
sticker so the taco tasted good.
Yeah, I think that's what it was too. Because that was the stickers, the Bel Air stickers were
Everywhere.
everywhere in Milwaukee, just on buildings, on sidewalks, on signs. I mean, yeah, they got the college audience down.
Yeah.
There was not many good taco
No.
places in Milwaukee. At least
Did you ever go to
close
the place,
enough to us.
Where was it by? But I don't remember where it was by, but it had all the signage had like vagina imagery on it. Do you ever go to that place? This is a real thing. This is a real thing. Yeah, it was right. It was kind of by where we lived. It was by the comic book shop. It was by the Sendix. A little bit by the
Comic book
Sendix.
shop. Oh,
I forget the name of it. I wish I could remember it. But yeah, all of their signage and art was vaginas. Because I think the owner thought it was funny,
and it was
because
it was
tacos is like a name for vagina, because everything is.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Dr. Jokel. That was a strip club, Jay.
And they sold.
Yeah. Were you
and
lost?
they sold
I don't know what
tacos
the hell you're talking about.
at the strip club.
It was by the Sendix?
Not really. And we never went to the comic book store.
No.
Yeah, I would go there all the time to buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Yeah.
Could get a Yu-Gi-Oh card for a nickel.
See, even that doesn't make sense to me. I wasn't there for that, so I have no idea. I think you just made up a whole place.
It's real.
Did they build? Did they
Lucky
build
Bat,
this?
are you?
Did
Lucky
they
Bat,
build
are you
this
still in the chat?
when I was gone?
No, it was there. It's a little place. Strip clubs have really amazing food, or so I've heard.
There was also a strip club by my work.
Lucky Bat confirms the vagina place is real.
It was on our way to the sushi place.
Nick doesn't know
even
where the
know what
sushi
that
place
means.
is, though. Was it on? I guess it was on the way to the sushi place. But yeah, that's not helpful for Nick.
Yeah, or anyone that
none of
doesn't
this
know
is
what we're
helpful.
talking about.
Nothing we've ever said is helpful for anyone. But yeah, they're in Milwaukee. There is a taco place that has a lot of vagina artwork. It is also
Nick,
by
did
a
you
sex
actually
shop.
live there? What? All right. Where is this place? Was it downtown?
A little. It was kind of
Was it by-
downtown.
was
It
it
was
by
it was
Kenilworth?
closer to Kenilworth than our house. It was in the direction of Kenilworth.
Okay, now it starts to make sense. Okay, now it feels like all those places could be there. I don't think I actually lived there.
Mm-hmm.
I missed all the fun stuff.
I find most on my from video and places I try, always trying to recreate stuff I've tried in life. Mm-hmm.
I'm lost.
What your favorite
I'm lost
recipe?
on that one. I must have missed a conversation.
My favorite recipe, what, for vagina tacos?
Oh, we're talking about aggressive. For vagina tacos. Look at how cute he is.
Mm-hmm.
He's really coming along. Sorry about my typing. Aside from being bad at English, only language, still getting used to my new keyboard. I think that's a flex saying that you got a new keyboard or new computer, maybe. I see what you're doing, Joey
Lucky
Flores.
Bat has quite the keyboard. It's a mechanical keyboard, so every single click sounds like a gunshot.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness.
Like a typewriter. Dr. Drokel, are you going to keep the weapons pristine looking, or add some rust?
I was thinking rust would make a lot of sense. Keyboard Mechanicus. I think a little rustage would help him pop. I don't know how close this is to a real skull, but I love the way the eye sockets just kind of make eyes. Like it really is a face, even though it's just the skull. Joey Flores is currently on keto. Yeah.
I'm on the diet where you only drink water.
Is Fireball and cider keto?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Well, most skulls are a face. Yeah, but I mean, like, most skulls are blank, and I see a lot of life in this one.
Joey Flores says, Nick, shh. I try to be subtle about my flexing. Don't want everyone to feel bad about my massive wealth and good, charming looks. Yeah, apparently a small herd of giraffes is going to cook for everyone. Where do you live? Type it in the chat. Also,
Yes.
Please put down your social security number. If you're from the U.S.
Yeah, if you're not from the U.S., put down whatever gobbledygook counts as a social security in your land.
Yeah. Brit numbers or whatever. Canadian numberinos,
I'm pretty sure the Canadians,
whatever
they all
it is.
have their barcode like printed on their arm. That way they can tell them apart from the moose.
Oh, okay.
$11.25. I think I am on track to finish strong.
Ooh.
On this spookiest day.
Dr. Drokel gives you a little correction. I think numbers on arms were outlawed in 1945, guys. Probably.
Yeah, in all of school, I don't think we spent one day on Canada.
No, I don't
No.
know. I don't know what happens up there.
I know they like Molson beer. And I think they ride moose.
They sound like they're and they sound like they're from Wisconsin, but they're not.
I know is Fargo from Canada, the movie? Did Steve Buscemi get put into a Canadian wood chipper? I don't know. Hey, get some beer, eh? Love Minnesota.
That's what people sound like.
Yeah.
Southern Canada.
Get some Southern Canada. Get some beer, eh?
I mean, it's crazy, like living in Illinois and then traveling just an hour north. People talk completely differently. Completely differently. They have a different language. Yep. Do you want a plastic bag or do you want a paper bag?
Ah, you want a paper bag, dear? Oh, okay. Oh.
Okay there, guy. Oh, you like the plastic bag? Okay. Okay, dear guy. Where in Illinois, if you don't mind me asking? Northern Illinois.
Let sit for at least 4 hours, if not overnight. Then the next day, wash off the dry brine. Get the sauce vito to 145.
Yep, you did it.
Medium rare, chop and set for 4-hour timer.
Sounds like someone needs to start a cooking channel.
Do you want your groceries in a sack there?
Yep. I'm from Minnesota/Chicago area, hence why I asked. Ah, yes. The Chicagoland area, Northern Illinois. Everyone's from... If you're from Illinois, you're from Chicago, right? People love that.
I remember when I was watching one of the productions at our college, behind me, 2 people were just talking about how much they hate it when people from Illinois say they're from Chicago, and that they can always tell.
And you turned around
No,
and
that
you said,
conversation
I'm from
was
Chicago.
way more interesting than the play.
Yep. Oh, yeah. It was a play.
No, it was
Trojan's
Women.
Hour?
The funniest Canadian thing I've ever seen is South Park Stick of Truth when you go to Canada and it's all 8-bit Nintendo graphics. I love South Park. In South Park, Canadians are a different species of human.
It is pretty good. Too bad Craig Turpin isn't here to confirm.
Resident Canuck.
Rest in peace. I really like the Hodag from Rhineland or Wisconsin. That's a really fun cryptid. I have a Hodag on my keychain.
Hodag. Where dag Hodag?
Hodag at? Oh, I want to make that into a 3D model.
Yeah! Holy cow. Just learned how to perfectly 3D sculpt all those curves and edge and volumes in.
Well, the that they have is pretty goofy looking. I bet you I could do that.
Still sounds hard.
I could make a
Hodag.
I definitely could make a good looking one. I could do a low poly version, which just looks like a turd.
When I went to college, if you wanted to start an argument, you asked where upstate New York starts.
Ooh.
Ooh, vegan chicken enchilada. That sounds good.
Also, add everyone. Gin is keto. Taking a sip. All right. Some of these people are gonna start cooking. Yeah, I call it Eons of Battle potluck. Yeah. Please arrive to Northern Illinois, a very specific location.
It could the explosion could be him jumping up. I kind of imagine him jumping out of the earth, like jumping out of the ground.
Oh.
Because he looks like he's got so much momentum.
Sure. Ooh, you're doing some rusties.
Not loving it. It's a little hot.
I can't see it yet. I think my stream might be. Oh no, I'm perfectly live. I'm just behind a little bit. I am always on the behind. Video idea: diorama of minis having a potluck.
Well, our last diorama video did so well. You know what? I think it'll find its audience one day.
But what if we made? I like to think. Well, what if you had like Space Marines having a potluck?
Yeah, as soon as you put Space Marines in there, you got a winner.
And doing something silly.
And it's all female Space Marines.
Going. Ooh, oh my gosh, yeah, then you bring a little controversy into it.
I've been watching some videos that have female Space Marines in the title, and Arch Warhammer put out a video about how females are too biologically weak to be able to be Space Marines. Which is definitely true in a fictional world with magic.
Yeah. No, Warhammer 40k is real. It is a documented future. Warhammer 40k is real. We're just 38,000 years behind. See? Kilgrove knows it.
Arch Warhammer. Did I say Arch Warhammer? I misspoke. I meant the Mako with the Outer Circle. Although I'm sure Arch Warhammer has put out a video as well. And I'm sure it's equally nuanced and... Didn't he have to drop the Warhammer part? I don't know. I know he did get into some hot water with Games Workshop. I think so, because he put out a petition.
Did he really?
Where for people to be like, hey Warhammer community, you're dividing the community when you say people who are douchebags and racists will not be missed in the community. He took offense with that, apparently. And that might have put him on their radar.
Oh, that's weird. Could it be because maybe he's a racist and they didn't want that being part of the community?
I didn't see it.
Interesting.
But somebody else made a response video to him when I watched that. And apparently they said somebody showed up to one of his live streams in blackface.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
That's I mean, that could be happening to us too, but we just don't
That's
know.
true. That's very true. Nick's in clown face.
I am. Yeah, but it's fine. It's my ethnicity. I'm a clown.
Have I ever tried using a rust kit for rust effects? It's a paint with tons of iron dust in it, and once it dries, you brush on another chemical and make the iron dust rust. I bet the other chemical is probably like vinegar. I've never tried it.
Oh. That sounds pretty neat. That'd be an interesting thing to try.
Also, Space Marines are like punks. So brave that they get to reroll leadership. Average guardsmen get to do that. With the only benefit to each other guardsmen talking about... Also, Space Marines are like punks. Oh, so brave, they get to reroll leadership. Average guardsmen get to do that with only the benefit of another guardsman talking to him over the radio. Yes. Or you shoot one in the face. I remember some jackass on r/Warhammer posting Space Marines waving banners with swastikas. Cringy as hell.
That makes sense.
Vinegar
That's
cleans
not a
away
surprise.
rust? Huh. So I remember I was doing some rust projects and I was using vinegar to try to activate rust.
Can't you do like
Salt
salt
water
water
works too.
with that?
I think I was trying it and I had best results with vinegar. I tried like regular water, salt water, and vinegar. Coca-Cola can clean away rust a little bit. I wonder though if vinegar helps create rust, but also like is very wipeable.
Like it makes it more. Like if you keep it on there,
Maybe.
it weakens it.
We need.
But if you but if you put it on
We
there,
need
you can
goober.
wipe it off. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know a lot about chemistry. We know a lot about science. We know a lot about things that matter. So it's good that we're good that we're the experts on this.
Easy to be brave, covered with armor, with the fear part of your brain ripped out. Yeah, it does sound like that would help a bit.
I don't know. It sounds like someone's just a little jealous.
Needle. This chocolate brown has lasted me years, and it still feels full. And I use this on most models.
Used it on Pumpkinhead.
Keep away from Pumpkinhead unless you're tired of living. His enemies are mostly dead. He's cruel and unforgiving. Laugh at him and you're undone, but in some dreadful fashion. For violence he considers fun. He plans it with a passion. Time will not erase or blot a plot in which he's brewing, and just when you think he's forgot, he'll conjure your undoing. Bolted doors and windows barred, and guard dogs prowling in your yard won't protect you in your bed. Nothing will from Pumpkinhead.
Look at that.
It's a good
Memorized. You're better than most actors.
Most theater actors. Film actors have to learn their lines.
Oh.
That's true.
I mean,
They
theater
have
actors
to
really
learn
do. They just don't.
the entire play.
Yeah. Oh, I did a really good job, except for the time that I messed up my song and messed up a bunch of other things. But other than that, it was really good. Whoa, Casey Lance is coming in hot with a very controversial opinion, saying that Nazis
are
bad.
Welcome
Oh
to the
gosh.
Saturday stream where we talk about anything.
Anything goes. Did I just walk into a conversation about Nazis?
How am I going to highlight these rocks when there's a salamander right on top of them so I can't dry brush? I guess. Ooh, maybe I'll use maybe I'll use some powder, some weathering powder. I always love getting to break out the weathering powder. Does anybody in the chat had a good experience with weathering powder? I've tried it a bunch of times and I like it. It's seems a little tricky to use though.
Mm-hmm.
I have a bunch of weathering powders. Ooh, maybe I'll use the rust ones too to help pull off what I was trying to do with my weapons.
Yeah, weathering powder. We know what you mean. Yeah, dyed cocaine. You know, with all the cool conversion stuff people have made with 3D printers, Angry Marines need to make a comeback.
Oh, Angry Marines are the best. I haven't seen... There's definitely some great Angry Marine stuff out there, but I've yet to see like a full army.
Joey Flores says there are some great hand packs that have the finger nice. There already, which is perfect.
Yeah, if you went through our periodic table Space Marines with a fine-tooth comb, you would see the Angry Marines.
Yeah.
To catch some of those Marines, you gotta go frame by frame, but they're in there.
But it's worth it.
It's trippy when you listen to the song at half speed.
Yeah. Good old making that video. I remember we were young lads back then, a few months ago.
I think Anvil or Victoria also sells the middle finger.
That's good.
Ooh, I'm gonna buy those female heads from Anvil. I just need to find a couple more things to throw in the cart. Because I was like, great, you have $11 in your cart, and shipping is $10. And I was like, oh. But there's a really cool Inquisitor model that they sell. The funny thing with Anvil Industries, and I don't know if it's just the difference between their concept artist and their sculptor, but they have some unbelievably gorgeous concept art, and then the model is the concept art, but just lame. Not lame. It's just like, there'll be some really cool angles. It's like the difference between like a beautiful costume rendering with the long legs and the really stylized look, and then the model's just wearing slacks.
Yeah. Yeah, you can cheat a lot
Yeah.
in the drawing.
Victoria Miniatures. One day I'm gonna do some Penial Legion from Victoria Miniatures.
Hmm.
I have some Victoria Miniatures. Maybe maybe I'll have to put that into the Paint on Stream lineup.
Ah.
Speaking of the Paint on Stream lineup, I think it's about time for some powder. Oop, I should paint the stick. I'm gonna paint it
Oh my
gray because
gosh.
I think it would actually stand out too much if it was black. I bought from Anvil Industries in the past, and I got perfection.
I
Just such good quality resin.
Go Void says squats first. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to get some squats.
Some space squats. Yeah, you guys know where to find all the biddies. Where do I find the squats? Where do I find the space squats? Do you happen to know why it's called Victoria Miniatures? Concept artist. I want a badass warrior in a flowing cape. Sculptor. We have that at home. No cape.
Actual art, no cape.
Atlantic War Games has a good squat kit for 35. Let me write that down. Atlantic.
Victoria, Australia. And their first theme was Victorian style guard. Yeah, are there 3D printed squats?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Or some STLs? That'd be cool too.
Ooh. Or find them in the Caradron Overlords Age of Sigmar boxes. Alright, I am going to go get my powders.
Oh boy. That means he's gonna go take a bump. Gonna go take a bump. If you're playing 40K at like a store or something, do people frown on you using non-Games Workshop minis, like 3D printed stuff or knockoffs from other companies? Yeah, it does kind of depend.
If you're playing 40K at like a store or something, do people frown on you using non-GW minis? Yes. Probably not at all at like not GW stores.
You could, if it looks really good, sure. I bet you get it with it.
I got my powders too in a rolled up hundo.
Yeah. There's one time I was taking a plane flight to Los Angeles, and the guy sitting next to me on the plane, he was doing coke on the plane and taking Xanax. And he was talking to me the entire time he was doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought that was a weird choice, because wouldn't that just make it break in the middle? Wouldn't that just make you normal? I don't know why those two things.
He needed a little upper and a little downer.
It was really odd. And he had a Green Bay Packers tracksuit. It was awesome. Well, everyone? No, he did not.
Yeah, did he bring enough to share with the class?
Coke and Xanax? Don't mix uppers with downers. Yeah. It was weird. Connor Reed, that's dangerous. I bet. But the tracksuit says it all. Yes, this is a real human being that I met. He also... Okay, I didn't paint the best picture. So I went from Milwaukee to Detroit to Los Angeles. Because that's how Delta flights work. And so he sat near me on the first flight that was pretty short. It was like an hour-long flight. And then he stole stuff at the Detroit airport. And then he just so happened to get the seat right next to me from Detroit to Los Angeles, which is like a 3 or 4 hour flight. And he talked to me the entire time while doing Coke and Xanax. It was insane. And then he wanted to know if I wanted to share an Uber with him.
And you were like, yeah, dog, let's go.
And no, I ran away. I got scared. Yes, he was muling. He said that he was. He was flying. He was going to Los Angeles, and he was apparently... This is what he told me that he was doing. He was going to... He was going to Los Angeles. He was gonna... He has like family out there or something, and he was gonna buy a bunch of weed, and then he was gonna take it back to Milwaukee and sell it. That's what he told me that he was doing. He said weed, but I'm sure there was other stuff too. It was a very awkward conversation. Oh yeah, and he was watching a movie on the TV, also talking to me during the movie, and asked me if I wanted to share an earbud with him. It was
a true gentleman.
flew in to buy all the Tylenol in LA. Yep. Exactly. It was just insane. He was also chatting up. He talked about how much he was in love with his girlfriend, but then he was chatting up all the girls around him. It was awesome. Imagine if you've been like, I'm actually the undercover air marshal, right? Instant heart
that would have
attack.
been amazing.
I should have done that. Connor Reed, if I could go back in time, I'd make that happen for you. It was crazy though. The people that you meet, all you have to do is go out in the world just a little bit, and you get to meet some weird people. Look at those powders. I just wanted to say that from the bottom of my heart.
Sometimes you gotta give him a good blow.
That's what I always say. Ah.
That definitely brought him.
What a world.
That made him rustier. I gotta unrusty him just a little.
Don't blow too hard with that pot open. Good old Z Newbie Q is on our Patreon now. Very nice of you.
is the Heresy Miniature Dwarf Miner Inventor enough of a squat? I'm telling you guys, just get into Age of Sigmar. Caradron Overlords are basically squats. I think they're hella cool. They are super cool. I have seen them. They are awesome. But I cannot get into Age of Sigmar. I can only not play so many games. Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
Probably one day. Age of Sigmar is very popular.
It is very popular.
If I could find a group, for sure I would get into it.
ZNewBQ. I am always watching. I'm always checking. I got a little notification. It said, "Yo, dog." ZNewBQ, but with an R instead of a Q. I like to think that you have different accounts, and you just change the last letter for all of them.
Okay, so you know, if you guys are into weathering powders, let me tell you what I just tried, because I think it worked really well actually. So I stippled on some glue, some Elmer's glue, and then I brushed on some red pigment, and then I took a dry brush and I dusted some orange pigment, and then I cleaned my brush and I stippled with some water, and that blended and removed enough rust, and so now I think it's actually really starting to look pretty good. All right. Ooh, I think I also need a little bit of flock.
Z newbies are through Z, or A through Z are. That makes a lot of sense. Really, it's all that hollow wine that I must be having. It's really making me fumble up.
Joey Flores, I kind of want the new Warcry box, yet barely play the original starter box. Ah, that is the thing. The new shiny always looks real nice. You gotta fight it a little. If you buy a cheap pastel set and some sandpaper, it is much cheaper than weathering powders. I couldn't find... I didn't look that hard. I went to like an arts and craft store. I couldn't find pastels for that cheap.
Maybe you can get some cheap ones online. I'm sure Blick doesn't have the cheapest pastels. I just hate when you go to Blick and your Blick's out.
I'll definitely try it, because I own a bunch of pastels, so I'll definitely try it. My only concern would be, like, if it becomes part of my scheme, I would rather buy a product than be like, I hope this continues to work. And the weathering powders aren't really that expensive. At least the Vallejo ones aren't. They're in line with their paint range. That doesn't... I mean, it doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look amazing. I think I need to make my blotches a little farther back.
Dr. Drokel does it all the time. You just have to do it last and seal your mini afterwards. CobraMode. J applicator, or just slap the grass on
I just
like a normal person?
Grass applicator would be nice, but often I'm doing such small little work that it's fine.
Mm-hmm. I have some thoughts about that applicator, but that's going to be in a video at some point. I do see there's a lot of tutorials on making them, and I don't think you should make them. I think you should just buy one. That's my hot take. I think it's going to be way cheaper to just buy a cheap one. Applicators seem a bit overpriced to me. I see. Like, how much do you think overpriced would be?
It's a very specific tool.
It is a very specific tool.
Yeah, there's not a lot of just as good in terms of applicators. Like, you can get like a heat gun, but a hairdryer works just as good. And there's nothing like that for static grass applicator, it seems like.
No. Unless you want to build your own. But I think it's a little silly. So you're going to build a thing that builds the thing that makes the thing that you need? Or you just buy it? Chat, this is some hobby stuff we do at Nick. Video ideas, money. Yep. You know exactly. I think you should put your grass in proper bottles.
That way they don't dry out.
That should be a video. EonsOfBattle's brand is going to be the Hobby World's... But why, though? Yeah, basically.
Don't put your paint in droppers. 10,000 comments. What? Not only did I put all of my Games Workshop paints in dropper bottles, but now I win golden demons because my paints don't dry out.
It is the best thing I've ever done with my whole life. It's better than my kids. It's better than my wife. It's better than anything.
It's better than my kids.
It's odd. It's pretty odd. Yeah, especially mine. Jeez, I hate my kids. I get golden demons when I don't take my medication. That makes sense. Kilgore Void, we talked about this. You have to take your medication.
Yeah, we can't have you missing stream again.
Yeah. Remember that one time you missed one stream one time? What were you thinking? Oh, he looks so cute.
Not bad for a 3-hour job.
I don't know. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I've been peeing my pants this whole time. I've been so spooked. I'm drenched in piss.
I like how the skelly friend is exploding out of the ground. This guy reminds me a lot of like an in-game like a bad guy, like a low-tier bad guy. Like this is you have to make sure you jump over the out of the ground the out of the ground bone salamander. You have to double jump to get away from them.
Yeah. We need the lady yelling at the thing will be some hobby purist take, like, you have to use the products made for the hobby. Then the cat would just have then the cat would have Jay's face photoshopped onto it. But why though? Yep.
I'm going to try to make some texture mats with some rubber mat I bought one of the Killing Fields ones and figured I could make one just as good for desert and other terrain. I've been thinking about making kill team mats using Mel drop cloth and caulking method, and was worrying about the texture being okay rolled up. Oh yeah, I've heard of people doing stuff like that. I can't imagine it has a long lifespan, like a homemade mat. I made for Halloween one year. I took some caulk, and I made myself a alien hand. And it started to crack on me. I mean, I was putting it on pretty thick, and it started to crack on me by that evening, like of one full day of wearing it and abusing it. I put on, like, I took a cotton glove and I just put cardboard and caulk, and it worked really well and it looked really nice, but it did kind of fall apart.
Love a good caulk.
Yeah, I went to the store to buy some caulk.
Yeah. Don't we all? Speaking of caulk, Joey Flores added to our Patreon a couple of the squat 3D prints to look at, and in the box and stuff. So now we have some links for this.
All right, I kind of wish, I like the way the base looks. I kind of wish I hadn't gotten brown all over it, because now I pretty much have to just cover it up. You know what? Maybe I'll just paint it a nice classy black.
And I painted the rim of the base black. Needed to use silicone caulk. More flexible, but hard to paint.
I saw some vids.
I don't know, I'm a really big fan of this caulk talk.
Cocking it up. I saw some vids on using the canvas. It seems interesting, but I want something more sturdy. The Killing Fields mat is actually holds up well rolled up, and but takes forever to settle down. Good old cardboard and caulk. I think I did use silicone caulk for my alien hand. I was going. It was high school, so I don't know how old would I have been, and I was going as Vikas from District 9, but like half transformed into an alien. Because I was a high schooler with some class, watching District 9.
Yeah. Did you bring cat
that
food
would have
for
been great.
lunch?
I did not. One thing I did do, which I thought was smart, was I had like a button-up shirt, and I had my one hand transforming into an alien hand, but I had a lanyard with I printed out Vikas from District 9's like staff ID picture, so that I could tell people, like, this is who I am, and I could like show them a picture of it, kind of.
Amazing.
It's been however many years, the dude from District 9 isn't back yet. Yeah, I have a hard time believing they can fix him. Poor Vikas. But you know what? He learned to do the right thing.
Dr. Drokel. I remember a comedian talking about accidentally getting cock in his mouth, and the people at the Poison Control Center kept hanging up on him when he when he said he got cock in his mouth. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. I'm sure it sounds even better when you have cock in your mouth. Cock in my mouth.
In high school, I went all out as a zombie the day before walking around with a bandage, like I got bit, and then the next day I came in zombified with latex gore and blood. That's pretty great.
That's awesome. I feel like that happened at our school. It would have gotten like shut down. People would freaked out. That's awesome. People didn't do anything fun for Halloween. They just sprayed liquid ass all over the school. So it just smelled bad.
Unless it was Diary of the Dead, which is not Romero's finest work. Yeah, Diary of the Dead, not great. Was Diary of the Dead the found footage or the like the Capulets and the Montagues Family Feud movie? I remember both, and neither of them are very good. Dr. Drokel.
I don't remember any. I don't remember any high school Halloween shenanery. My high school implemented metal detectors when I was a sophomore.
Mm-hmm.
So something was happening.
Yeah, we got lucky. We got in and out right before they started to actually do security. When I went back to work after high school, I actually got a job at my high school doing costumes for one of the productions, and I had to go through like they turned the foyer into like a officer checkpoint, and the security guard now like buzzes you in.
Yeah. Because I wonder, because remember you got to leave, we could leave for lunch and stuff. But like I don't think that
probably not.
I don't think they get to do that anymore.
Oh, Shaun of the Dead is an excellent movie. Every movie by that director that I said earlier that I'm now forgetting the name of.
That someone will post in the chat.
Edgar Wright, yes, of course.
Edgar Wright.
You know, though, I think in terms of the Cornetto trilogy, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and At World's End, I think I gotta give it to Shaun of the Dead. No. I mean, I gotta give it to Hot Fuzz. God, I love Hot Fuzz. All three movies are really good. Yeah, he did. Scott Pilgrim is a masterpiece.
ZNubiQ says Scott Pilgrim is overrated.
You rewatch that movie. It is not overrated. Also, it's not overrated. That movie flopped hard when it came out and now has a tiny baby cult following. That Scott Pilgrim vs. the World is phenomenal. The editing, holy cow! Like if anyone wants to be an editor, they have to watch that movie. Perfect storytelling. The 9 evil exes. How they show Scott as a loser. The music, editing to music. There's some surprisingly sophisticated special effects in that movie too.
CWQ says, God, if that's the case, that cult is loud.
Hot Fuzz is
the masterpiece,
so good. I love Hot Fuzz. I remember really liking. It wasn't an Edgar Wright movie, I think, but it did star Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. It was called Paul, and it had a little alien in it, and I thought that movie was actually really funny. It was a little bit of a more American movie than those two usually do, but I really liked it. Rewatched Scott Pilgrim, liked it better today than I did then. I, however, couldn't get into the comics back then. Might give it another try. I never tried the comics.
Fun fact about Scott Pilgrim, the music of their band was written by Beck. Really?
Ooh, Attack the Block. I like that movie a lot. Attack the Block stars Finn from Star Wars. No, his name is John Boyega. Attack the Block has some really cool monster designs. They did something where they're like fursuits, and they do something in editing where they make them like black voids, and then they have glow in the dark teeth. Some real cool stuff. But yeah, no, I think Scott Pilgrim vs. the World is phenomenally written. Phenomenally paced. The characters are fun. The music is fun. Both Attack the Block and Dread are a lot of fun for movies with the same concept, but I'm partial to Dread. Oh yeah, Dread is miles. Like Attack the Block is great. Dread is really, really good. Yeah, Dread is another movie that didn't do very well at the box office, but has gained a reputation now as being a good movie. We talking the Judge Dredd movie? Yes, I kind of like the Stallone movie too. It's not a Judge Dredd movie, but I kind of like the Stallone movie too. And isn't that where we get the famous quote where Stallone's like, "I am the law"? Dredd's the most iconic thing about Judge Dredd is he never takes off his helmet. But when Sylvester Stallone's like, I'm taking the helmet off. They need to see me. I am the law. The ABC Warrior is the best in Stallone's version. Is that the big red robot? Because the Stallone version is great. I don't even remember, they didn't have that in the remake, or not. It wasn't a remake. They didn't have that in the new movie. Was it Carl Urban? Was he Judge Dredd in the new movie? I feel like you smash those two movies together and you get a perfect 2000 AD movie. Xenobu Q, it was Carl Urban. I mean, it was Carl Urban's jaw, because he never takes off the helmet, which is great. Oh, and you know what? Ramona Flowers from Scott Pilgrim plays Carl Urban's sidekick in Judge Dredd. It's all connected.
We got a new patron, Terry Cahan.
Yeah.
If you're here, thank you.
Carl Urban has become synonymous with saying the word cunt nowadays, and I'm about it. The Boys is so good. The Boys is so good. And I think all the episodes are out. I gotta watch them. I don't have time for anything, you guys. Maybe I'll do like half an episode before bed just so that I can get through it. But before bed is when I do my writing for the channel.
That's true.
Yeah, why do they gotta make so many gosh darn episodes of stuff? Just make TikToks.
Yeah. Just make
Was
TikToks.
it a different actress?
I need everything in 15-second increments. Isn't that what like Quibi was supposed to be? Whereas they were gonna give you shows in 15-minute increments.
I can't imagine it doing well.
By the way.
Yeah, all of season 2 is out. I'm super excited. I've flipped through the Boys comic book, and it's dark. Like there's no ray of hope in the comic books. It seems like. In the movie, there's definitely like good guys and bad guys, which is good because it makes you want to keep watching. Yeah, Judge Dredd was awesome, but you know what? Maybe sometimes things can be one-offs. Maybe not everything has to be a series. Oh, Judge Dredd Mega City 1. They're making a series. The show is way better. The comics were shock value for the sake of TNA. Gareth Enos hates superheroes. Yes, he does. Jay reminds me of Wanted. The movie and comics were so different. I didn't like either, really. Yeah, Wanted was a tricky one. I felt like the movie was a little bit too quick. Like, everything happens too fast. And I super lost the plot when they're like, oh, his dad is actually the super assassin, and then he accidentally murders his dad.
The Wanted comic had Eminem. Good old Eminem.
Eminem. Once again, everybody, if you haven't seen it, look up the clip of Eminem coming out as gay from the interview. It's wonderful. Yeah, but the Wanted movie had a loom, and it wasn't a loom in the comics. Losers. It was, and they were superheroes in the comics as well. Who was the woman from Wanted? She was also in Tomb Raider. I didn't get it when she killed herself and all of the other hitmen. The curving bullet was kind of neat, but I didn't... Like, she curves a bullet in, like, a room 5 feet wide. and it goes completely around the room, 360. Angelina Jolie, of course. And maybe I need to watch it again. I remember not hating it. Is that a good enough reason to rewatch something though? I liked the bomb rats.
That's
he
true.
gave them like he fed rats peanut butter with TNT in it, and then they just explode violently. I don't think that's exactly how it works in real life, but it was pretty fun in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
If you feed rats TNT laced peanut butter, they just explode. Ooh, I also liked
I know
in
if
the
I have too much
beginning of the
Indian
movie,
food,
Angelina
I get pretty
Jolie
explosive.
uses the shoot around corners gun, and I always thought that was badass. It's like a rifle, but at the front of the rifle is a hinge, and then on the hinge is a Glock.
Wow.
I think we were all stunned into silence by you not remembering Angelina Jolie. I would have gotten there. There's a lot of actors.
I wasn't stunned. I know that there was a piece of Star Wars knowledge that was
Yeah,
taking its
exactly.
place.
Yeah. How else would I remember that Watto is a
can't remember
Toydarian
everything.
species? You know, I have to lose Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Kilgore Void, I know that's a real gun. The corner shot. Very, very good name. Oh, Hux was the techie in Dread. I think he was also a Weasley in Harry Potter. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of really badass movie guns. So what's a good movie gun? Ooh, I love the, has anyone seen the movie... Now I'm just going to totally blank on it, aren't I? I know.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the movie that you're referring to.
Real life trivia. I sleep trivia from a multiple of fake universe. What? Real life trivia. Ooh, there we go. Real life trivia. I sleep trivia from a multiple of fake universes. Real shit. I love the pistol from Blade Runner. Oh, I love the pistol from Blade Runner. Back when I had a job, I paid way too much money for a resin copy of the Blade Runner pistol, and I got it, and parts of it were garbage. And it's currently sitting in a cardboard box. I could build it one of these days, but it's pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a perfect replica, but it's not bad. Pulse rifle from Aliens, built off of a Thompson submachine gun, and the barrel shroud of a Spaz 12, but I think it was just it was a Sega shotgun, I think, underneath. Equilibrium, that's what I was thinking of. In Equilibrium, Batman, whose actor name is... he's Batman. And he has Berettas that have a barrel extension, and they have magazines that are attached to Weeble Wobbles. And so he throws them into the room, and the Weeble Wobbles make sure that the magazines land up. And then halfway through the firefight, he has to reload. So he drops down, and he sticks the Weeble Wobble on his gun. Ooh, speaking of Vasquez from Aliens, Vasquez is awesome. Did you know Vasquez was a white woman wearing brown face? That movie is not from that long ago.
What? Wow.
Vasquez is played by a white lady. Mm-hmm.
That's fun.
Christian Bale, thank you, Joy Flores. You guys are the other half of my movie knowledge. What was the thing where the guy,
Yeah.
he's got like a beard and...
Mm-hmm. It's like you guys are the collective.
Kilgore Boy did know that. Don't think about it too hard. Yes, I love Vasquez, the character.
Yep.
It's a real weird decision, like casting decision though.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. Spock's makeup from the original series was called Chinese Yellow. I took a makeup class in college, and my Ben Nye's foundation was called Light Japanese. Maybe we're not as far away from these things as we think we are.
Yeah, probably not.
She went to the audition dressed as her super Spanish character because she misunderstood what alien was. Aww. The director loved her take on the character and rolled with it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that wouldn't...
Whenever I paint with skin tones, I feel kind of racist. Yep. Especially dwarf flesh. That's the most racist one of them all.
What are some other great movie guns? I mean, obviously Han Solo's blaster. A broom-handled Mauser. Amazing. The Native American guy that cried in the old roadside trash commercial was an Italian guy, of course. There's got to be some other movie guns. I mean, there's a gun from Firefly, and it also shows up in a bunch of movies. It's like a skeletal AK-47 with a bunch of greebling on it. Wish I could remember the name of any of the characters who wielded it. Janeway from... is that even right? Janeway from Firefly? Is that a character? Ooh, yeah, Dredd's gun. Where he just, like, talks into it and he's like, armor piercing, and then it click-clocks and somehow it's shooting different bullets. Yeah, Mal's gun from Firefly, his favorite gun. One day I would love a collection of replica props. I have some. Janeway's from Voyager. Yes, I've been watching Voyager. I'm on episode 3. It's very good. Jane, not Janeway. God, how could I have misunderstood?
Yes. You are the clown now.
Yeah, I have a couple of props. I have Han Solo's blaster. I have Obi-Wan Kenobi's lightsaber. Ooh, the Fifth Element ZF-1. Oh man, that is a gun and a half. Maul's gun was the Taurus Model 85. Taurus Model 85. Are we thinking of the same gun? I'm thinking of like a large, kind of compact rifle-looking thing. Isn't the Taurus a revolver? Where did I put my pencil? Where did I put anything?
Where are you?
Maul's. Ooh, the Men in Black. I want the what was it called? Like the little cricket, the little tiny one finger pistol. The noisy cricket, I believe, is what the yeah, Zenubia Q. I got it just a second before Zenubia Q. See, guys, I know things.
Yeah.
His gun was built on top of a Taurus Model 85. Neat. Some of the guns that are just numbers I don't know very well. I need a fun name. Ooh, you know what's a cool gun? I think it's called the Core Burner. It's the gun that Snake Plissken wields for like a second in Escape from L.A. Or Escape from New York. I think it was Escape from New York. Kurt Russell. Any gun from District 9, for sure. Voyager's native character was acted by a Mexican guy, and their expert on native culture lied about basically everything. Well, what you gonna do?
What you gonna do when they come from you?
Bad Boys, Bad Boys. You know what movie I didn't like? Bad Boys.
Yeah.
I remember a coworker was like, "This is the greatest movie that you'll ever see in your life," and I was like, "Okay." And then I watched half of it. I'm like, "I don't like this." Ooh, Dr. Drokel. I built a Han Solo Greedo Killer version blaster from a Denix replica Mauser and real compact scope and a World War I flash suppressor. That is super badass. I have the New Hope promotional material Han Solo blaster. That's the one I built.
I like the bolter prop from Eons of Battle.
That's a great one. Is that might?
I want to watch that video again.
Exists somewhere in this house, but I haven't found it yet. I haven't looked for it yet either, but it might be in the attic, melting.
Yeah.
There's got to be some other great film guns. Ooh, have you guys seen the Leonardo DiCaprio Romeo and Juliet? Some real badass concept guns in that movie. Now it's a Melta. The Predator shoulder cannon is GOAT. The Predator shoulder gun. Ooh, speaking of the Predator shoulder gun, I mean it's not a terribly unique weapon, but the handheld minigun. The long sword shotgun cracks me up every time. What's the long sword shotgun? Not fictional, but anything John Matrix shoots is great. Who's John Matrix? Are you talking about The Matrix? Oh, Painless. Yes, that was Jesse Ventura's minigun from Romeo and Juliet. Oh yeah, because all of the guns in Romeo and Juliet, they say the lines literally from the script, and so they had to print like, rapier, dagger, on all of the weapons so that it would still make sense. Really cool stuff though. Like there's a Beretta. I think Romeo has a Beretta that's got like brass inlay and it's like a nickel plated and it's got clear grips that let you see the bullets. Oh my god, was Arnie from Commando's name John Matrix? That sounds exactly right for that movie. Not a movie, but anything from Destiny, the video game. Never played it, but a little while ago I watched like a dozen cutscenes with the funny guy who's got like the unicorn helmet, and it's pretty great. And in Romeo and Juliet, the dad is like, my long sword, and then reaches for a Mossberg pump. Oh yeah, RoboCop. That's another Beretta with a whole bunch of stuff added onto it. Commando is the best. That music that they play, the do 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 do. It's like a 5-second lick, and they play it about 12 million times in that movie. I like the tactical design of the Reaver's heavy bolt pistols. Yeah, all the new Primaris infantry stuff looks dope. Infantry. The vehicles, not so much. The Destiny funny guy is called Cade, and is voiced by Nathan Fillion. Maul from Firefly. Oh, neat. Every time I see someone make something tactical that's not a gun, it cracks me up. Ooh, I also built a Mohawk grenade from the old Mr. T World of Warcraft commercial. Oh yeah, I do remember. I remember that from TV. Ah, oh, man, that brings me back.
You turned into a kid again.
Megatron isn't Megatron transforming in Generation 1 actually a gun? Yes, it's actually a real gun. I forget what gun it is.
It seems like it.
All right. It says OBS disconnected, but now it says OBS reconnected successfully. So, yeah.
Well, that's good.
Ooh, the Starship Troopers Morita rifle. Yeah, it's like just a big old gun with vacuum-formed parts. You know what's another interesting movie weapon? Does anybody remember Looper? The movie with Bruce Willis and that guy? Bruce Willis and the handsome guy? He had a gun that was really cool. It was like a blunderbuss. I always got the sense that the gun was kind of a joke on the whole time travel thing, because it starts off and it looks like a pirate weapon, but then it ends with like tactical black mesh. I always thought that was a real neat gun. The weapon from Looper. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Yes, I said the hot guy. Did you know most of the guns from Doom were Nerf toys? Neat. Yeah, the shot my gun was crazy. Oh, you know what though? Wait, so there's Joseph Gordon-Levitt. No. Yeah, Joseph Gordon-Levitt. But then, who's the guy from The Pianist? He's from the Predators movie. He was in a movie called Splice. He was in... come on, guys. I need your help. Why can't I think? Adrian Brody. Adrian Brody. I think Adrian Brody is way hotter than Joseph Gordon-Levitt. XenoBQ, the guns from Ghost in the Shell are cool, but like we all know, the Tagausa only existed to carry a cool revolver. Everything from Ghost in the Shell was super badass. I loved that movie. Predators was surprisingly fun. I really liked that movie. I haven't seen the new Predator movie. I've heard it's not that great. Keegan-Michael Key being in the movie surprised me. Yeah.
That is an interesting choice.
I found a scrapbook in a thrift store one time, and it was completely devoted to Adrian Brody. That is a little creepy.
Mm-hmm.
The new Alien movie. Is that the sequel to Prometheus? Or is there a new Alien movie? Oh my god, did they call the new Predator movie Predator? Did they do that? That's hot garbage if they did that. Covenant had some good costume designs. It was just all lost. It's almost 2, and where am I? I think we're gonna wrap up soon, guys. But let's just keep rattling off some movies. They called it The Predator. So we've got Predator, Predator 2, Predators, and The Predator. That's garbage. How about Predator 1, 2, 3, 4? How about that? Would that be so hard? Connor Reed saw The Predator in theaters with his friends, and it was awful. Ooh, Ooh, Killer Void. I actually kind of dig Alien versus Predator. Where they're in the Arctic. Not a good movie, but I think it has enough good, or like enough schlock that it's worth it. I like when a big fat predator gets into like a brawl with an alien. Alien vs. Predator Requiem, on the other hand, I couldn't even tell if that movie was good. The color grading makes it so dark, it's almost impossible to see anything. The thing is, like Star Wars, the expanded universe for Aliens and Predator is really kind of good, for the most part. Yeah, AVP is good, AVP 2 is not so much. Alien vs. Predator comics should be the gold standard for licensed comics. I believe it. I've read like one random one. That's the hard part with comics. It's like you have to start with number one, but like, what are the odds you're exposed to issue 1? The king of all versus movies for me is Freddy vs. Jason. Freddy vs. Jason is amazing. I'm so sad we never got the Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash sequel. That would have been fun. I liked Freddy vs. Jason. I think they nailed it in terms of what you want in a Freddy vs. Jason movie. And the Terminator versus RoboCop comic. Oh, you know what's a great movie weapon? The Terminator's like 11 gauge lever action shotgun that he's cut the stock off of. That's the one he shoots when he's on the motorbike in Terminator 2. That's a cool gun. I love the Ancient Aliens first season. Just had the Predator behind the pyramid alluding to the AVP lore. Was profound and plausible. Alien vs. Predator was a documentary. Ancient Aliens. I've never watched it. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure I'd love it.
Oh,
I'm sure it's all true.
You would
accurate.
love it. It's all accurate.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the History Channel. It's true. Look at those cute bones.
They don't have names, but I like the human weapons from the future sequence in Terminator. I think it was the humans were shooting regular guns or stolen Terminator guns, and the Terminators had kind of this cool, machined weapons that shot a purple laser. You know what movie doesn't get enough credit? Terminator Salvation. Some cool stuff in that movie. That's the one that takes place in the future. It kind of doesn't make any sense in terms of lore, but nothing in Terminator makes any sense because of the lore. There's a weird real-life Soviet gun that is a failed anti-aircraft gun cut into a bunch of shotguns. Holy cow. Oh, I love it. Kilgore Void. Bruh, I dig that movie. Casey Lance, that movie never happened. It is divisive. You have to look at it as if, like, yeah, none of the Terminator movies make any sense, and it's time travel. If you guys want some fun, Jay, watch Forgotten Weapons on YouTube. I love Forgotten Weapons. Gun Jesus, Ian. He is Gun Jesus. He's great. He's this little French enthusiast who's a lefty, and he just shoots old weird guns and looks at old weird guns.
Wow.
They only made 2 Terminator movies. What are you guys talking about? Terminator 1 is amazing. Terminator 2 is perfection. Terminator 3, Terminator Salvation, a couple more. Kind of like how there was only 7 seasons of Scrubs. How were there 7 seasons?
Oh my god!
You know what's crazy? I've
Ever seen
watched
that
all the seasons of Scrubs. Nothing. I don't remember a goddamn thing from that show.
I don't remember it at all. Yeah, I watched it too, and I don't remember it all. I remember starting to watch season 8 though, and I stopped immediately.
And only 2 Godfathers, Indiana Jones movies, and 2 good ones. There were only 3 Halo games and like 4 books. And only 1 season of Firefly. Firefly got gypped so hard. That's the thing though, sometimes things come out before their time. Like, if Firefly came out today, it'd probably be the biggest show in the world. But just... Yeah. No one quite got, it's a Western in space? That doesn't make any sense. I feel like there's some other things that hit before their time.
And no more Walking Dead. Much like zombies, that damn franchise will not die.
I think it is dying. I think they're finally going to end The Walking Dead, though, because they're out of comics. The comics are over. And I think they've been staying pretty religiously to the comics. Because they can't write anything themselves. Oh my god, people didn't watch last week. Which character can we kill? I remember the poor kid on that show who like grew up working on that show, and then he like found out from reading the script that he dies and that he's no longer in the show in like the middle of a season. And he had just like moved to Georgia.
Oh.
Ooh, do you know what else was aired out of order? And then it was killed because of it? There was a Tremors TV show. I think it aired on Sci-Fi, and they aired like episode 8 first because they thought it was the strongest episode, and then they just continued to air them in random order, even though there's a through story, and no one liked it. The main show is ending, but they have 2 spin-offs of The Walking Dead. Coral! 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 I'm actually disappointed Mad Max hasn't gotten a sequel yet. That guy, he can do whatever he wants. He makes some fine movies. If he wants to make Babe 2 Pig in the City, go for it. And then, he makes one of the most action-packed movies of the century. And then he does Happy Feet.
Yeah.
That man is an artiste. Wouldn't that be great, though? Like, you show up to an interview, and you're like, yep, I directed Babe 2 Pig in the City. And they're like, yeah, but you also directed Mad Max Fury Road.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would always be talking about how I directed Babe 2 Pig in the City.
Yeah.
Cobra Void. All right, folks. I've been on for 4 hours of the day on the stream. I'm tapping out.
All right.
Cheers.
See you
y'all.
later. Let's wrap
See ya,
up
Cobra Void.
at 1. We're gonna wrap up in a few minutes.
Yeah, I think that works.
It's the Halloween Spooktacular, folks. George Miller, director of Happy Feet.
It's really it's spooky how late we're staying up.
Why don't lobsters donate to charity, Coral? Why don't they donate to charity? Because they're shellfish. They're shellfish, Coral. Yeah. Good old movies. Sometimes they're quite good, sometimes they're not. The Walking Dead season 1 was mostly pretty good.
And everyone has
Ever since then, eh. But like, it's ever since then though. Like, you know, if your show is 9 seasons long or whatever, 11 seasons of The Walking Dead there have been, what are the odds that something big and interesting happens to your characters on a yearly basis? Doesn't it start to be like their Harry Potter books where Voldemort shows up at the end of term to attack a high school? I haven't watched anything new in a while, and I don't know if it's because stuff's bad or I'm a boomer. And you know what? I think a little bit of the everything sucks now is just because we get so much stuff. Because like when you think about the 80s and the 90s, you're like, oh my god, Terminator, Alien, all these amazing movies. You're not thinking of the crap that came out those years. Jay, did you know that salamander skeletons are red? Well, god damn it.
I don't see that. I don't see them being red.
ZNibQ, who really tries to kill the leads from Supernatural? Even if you do kill them, they come back every year. Oh my god, the Supernatural guys, there's like, they die every other episode. And they come right back.
Dr. Drokel was kidding. Are you J.K. Rowling? Little throwback? Because if you are, I mean...
J.K. just kidding Rowling.
We'll forget some of the stuff you said if you give us money.
Yeah, I'll probably take this guy off of his painting handle. And let's see how much the poster tack wants to come out of oak. It all comes full circle. Aw, Lucky Bat, thanks. He does look so nice. I am happy with this model.
Yeah, very cute.
It'll take money, but I will forget it. I forget or...
I'll take money. Yep. Yep. It is it is quite the fuck.
Yeah, all I know is I can't wait for the next Star Wars movie. I want more movies with Rey, Finn, and Poe. They can even bring back Rose. I like those characters. I want to see him do more stuff. He looks bonerific. Is there a reason you decided to use the oak base? I just wanted something nice and big. Because I don't like when the model overhangs the base a lot. And I didn't have a spare 40, so this was about the right size.
Definitely bonerific.
And on that note, yeah,
take some cute pictures. Yeah, we'll be back on Monday, streaming up a storm.
Good night, everybody.
And also,
Yeah.